what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes inside. Your destiny, and for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes inside. Your destiny,
What happened to my music? Who turned off the music? Did somebody turn off the music? I thought I left the music. Oh my god, chat. It's been a little while. I shouldn't have left you without some Persona 2 somewhat copyright free, we hope, jams to step to. Just so I could get some more Void coffee, right? I was all good. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna need more coffee today. It feels like one of those days. We've got an Hbomberguy. Harris B. Hbomberguy is back, right? Back to finally talk a little bit more about Illuminati. Now, you might have noticed, you might have seen when Illuminati made those accusations against Legal Eagle, one of the people that popped up there to say you actually are the one who has a problem with plagiarism was none other than Harris Hbomberguy. And that's because apparently, as we find out later in this video, Harris watched or listened to Illuminati while doing projects around the house. Some of you might do this with me. Some of you might be doing this with me right now, and you can't even type to say, yes, that's me. But maybe later you'll come in and say, hey, by the way, that was me. That was me. I'm the lurker. Yep, I was doing the lurking. Yeah, he was lurking or you know, just really like listening to Illuminati playlists and kept on hearing stuff that was like, wait a minute, that's like vaguely familiar. Not just like the idea, you know, is vaguely familiar on Illuminati's anti-vax and autism video, right? But the wording was familiar, right? And that was the one thing that just like, you know, could not be denied, right? Was the parallel in the wording. So yeah, he hasn't made a video forever. You know how he is. He makes no videos for like 7 months, and then he puts out a 4.5-hour video, and he's done that again, right? And so here is you know, his smoke for Illuminati, but not just for Illuminati, right? Apparently there are more than a few video essayists that are cutting corners by I don't know what you want to say, like copy pasta, right? Copy pasta video essayists. That's not a good thing. You do not want to be that. I mean, I sort of understand how some kinds of plagiarism can occur accidentally. Wait, why does it feel so weird? It feels weird because the music ended and I didn't put something else on, right? I didn't put anything on to replace it. It's so silent. It's oh so quiet. How are you doing, chat? How is everybody? How is your weekend so far? Aww. Mine is better now that I've got my
Void coffee.
Now that I've got my Void coffee, and now that I've got my copyright-free music, I'm feeling so much better. Again, sorry about letting the music drop out like that. I was just teasing you by blaming chat. That's right. That's what nocommentchick does. She blames chat for everything. If I get something wrong, it's chat's fault. If I leave you with not enough music, it's chat's fault. It's because somebody reached into my setup, like through the computer, like reached in and turned it off. It's definitely chat's fault. It's definitely your fault, chat. You're fine, but you're very, very hungry. That's how I was too until I made myself some breakfast. Oh my god. Cold rain walks are like the opposite of summer beach walks, right? Like that classic, like, you know, walking on the beach in the summer and you look back and there was only one set of footsteps. Wait, what was that joke about? Who did we make that joke about? Did we make it about Peterson? We got Peterson today too, if you noticed, right? Kermit himself is back to talk to mostly himself. That's how this guy rolls, right? He has people on, he talks to people, he wants to get that SEO in, right? He wants to mention another name of a famous person other than himself in the title. But as far as letting other people talk, he's not great at, like, I don't think he understands the concept of an interview. I don't think he gets it, right? Because this is more like a monologue. This is another opportunity for a monologue. But, like, I don't know, it's kind of a boomer thing too. Like, right? You know, Matt Rife comes on and like, let me tell you about how I got canceled. And then Peterson's like, oh, I know everything about cancel culture. Let me tell you, young man, sit down, pop a squat. Daddy's gonna tell you all about the cancel culture and how they try to get you and all those woke moralists. The woke moralists. I'm looking lovely today. Why, thank you. Yeah, I feel like I could have been looking better last time, so I'm trying to make up for it. Right now, somebody else is editing my video, and somebody else that you might know, in fact, is editing my video. And through looking at what I've got going on, I feel bad about. I keep on getting to stream super late, and because of that, I don't take care of my makeup. And oh, speaking of which, makeup. Wait, let's do the butterfly first. Oh, wait. It's one of these deals. You gotta come at it from a different direction. Ooh, this one's like slightly voided. You see the void? You can see the void through the butterfly. Amazing. Okay, so yeah, Jordan Peterson talking to Matt Rife. Matt Rife made a joke, which I can't tell you. It's horrible, right? Like, and apparently his audience is not happy with him, right? By canceled, when we say that Matt Rife has been canceled, we mean that he said something that was repulsive to his audience. And a lot of them do not want to be in his audience. And you don't blame chat, blame YouTube chat. That's right, YouTube chat. You get all the glory, you get all the blame. No, but yeah, like, I'm trying to find a way to explain the joke without actually saying it, right? It's like, oi, I can't even say the words. I can't even say the actual words, right? Like, something about, like, looking at a woman with bruises on her face and saying, well, clearly she doesn't have good cooking skills. Like, right? The joke. That's the joke. It's not even funny. It's not even funny, but like, if people don't like your joke, like, I love like how cancel culture has become the refuge of scoundrels. That joke, that's the joke. So some of you know the joke that we're talking. It's a very old joke. It's a very hacky joke. It's not, I don't even know how this came up. Was this crowd work or something? I guess we'll find out, right? Do you know about crowd work, chat? You know what crowd work is? It's kind of like what I was just doing when I was blaming YouTube chat. Oh wait, I mean blaming YouTube chat. Twitch, you got me blaming YouTube chat. No, it's blaming all chat. Blaming all chat for the fact that I forgot the music. Yes, let's blame everything on chat. Nothing is my fault, chat. It's obviously your fault if I do something wrong. But yeah, this is Mm. Damn, that's a good void coffee. That's like
Void coffee. Void. Void coffee.
it's so good. It's so freaking good. I want to go to the grocery store because this coffee is like on special right now, which is all the coffee that I buy ever, right? If I buy it, it's because it's on special. The other thing that I noticed about my stream that somebody else had the misfortune of having to edit for me is that there was like shadows behind me, right? And so it makes it look like I'm in a cloud, right? Like kind of a black cloud. Chat, you know what that reminds me of? Like, do you know who else shows up in a black cloud? Okay, let's see if they do it here. So POV, you're fighting. Thank you, TV man. Aww. Aww. So wait, it doesn't show them appearing in a. They can teleport too. Do they? There we go. That's how they look at that. They teleport. They talk backwards, right? I was looking like a TV woman, right? TV. Let's type in TV woman, because this character is pretty popular in the Skibidi series. Oh my! Why? Why? Why is that the first thumbnail that comes up? Oh my god! Attention economy, you suck. I blame the attention economy. No, I blame chat. It's chat's fault. Messing with my algorithm again? Oh my god, it's a desperate situation. It's a desperate fight. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yo, it's TV woman. It's TV woman. But anyway, the black smoke is good when the black smoke is good when it helps you teleport. It's not so good when it ruins my video and it makes it hard for somebody that has taken it upon themselves to help me get some videos pushed out. Look at that. See, look, she's doing it. She's teleporting. She grabs you, she teleports you, and now you're in the and disappears in a cloud of black smoke. Who knew? There we go, appearing, disappearing, saving the cameraman. That's TV woman. That's TV woman. Okay, so yeah, like I don't. Anyway, like I said, it's not great for editing video, so I'm trying to get rid of it. But now instead of like black smoke, I've got teal smoke. Why do I have teal smoke? There we go. Let's try that. Do we have a smoke-free environment? Yes, we do. Smoke-free environment. That's what I want, chat. Because, like, look, I care about the streams. I'm here for you for the streams. I'm trying to stream as much as I can, you know, during this month, especially. I want to make December a December to remember, because I'm going to be on stream a lot, right? Because you're fancy. Yeah, I am fancy. Skibidi Warfare has escalated to a silly degree. It's basically like any sort of anime. They have a problem of power scaling, right? Goku becomes Super Saiyan. And then you're like, what do I do? What do we do? What do we do with the Super? How do we? Super Saiyan 2. We got Super Saiyan 2. And then, wait, no, Super Saiyan 3. And then you go to GT and you get Super Saiyan 4. And that's where it jumped the shark, right? People were not ready for Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4, wait, let me... I gotta show you Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 1 through 4. Can we like run through that really quickly? All of the transformations? Okay. But you got a problem with power scaling. Like what do you do with Goku after he's already transformed? Come on, make it light up, Goku. Make it light up. Let's see it. Anytime now. Super Saiyan 1. Oh, wait. There we go. There's Super Saiyan 1. Okay, so then... Wait, no, that's Super Saiyan 2. And let's see. Can we get some Super Saiyan 3? I think that's still 2. Okay, what about Super Saiyan 3? Okay, I see 4. Where is... There's 3. Here we go. Super Saiyan 3. Now, there's a problem with Super Saiyan 3 in that Goku kind of got too jacked here, right? This was the problem. He got a little too jacked. Yeah, even his hair is jacked, right? That's like hair hypertrophy going on there. So he's a little too jacked here, right? That's Super Saiyan. So he can only be in that form for like a short amount of time. But then in Dragon Ball GT, which some people say doesn't count, people really do not like GT. Most of GT, Goku has reverted into being a child because they thought it would be more relatable for children to make it like Goku from Dragon Ball. But yeah, there he is in Super Saiyan 4. Yeah, that's how he gets back to being adult, I guess, by transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna do some transformations today. Hbomberguy is gonna do some transformation. What else do we have? Oh yeah, it looks like Leftovers is really over. Now, I want to put a caveat on this before I say this, right? Because we all know who Ethan Klein is. This is the guy that came up with a show called Leftovers. This is a guy who willingly started a podcast with Trisha Paytas. And if you don't know Trisha Paytas, she basically, amongst all the racism and all the other weird stuff and all the fucked up shit she's done, she basically starts drama with anybody that she's ever on screen with. I don't know. Am I wrong about this? I feel I don't think there's anybody that she hasn't, like, you know, had some like blow up at, right? So you knew like from the start, bringing in Trisha Paytas, there was going to be a blow up, but Ethan did it anyway. Ethan wanted that. Ethan wanted Trisha to come on show, be mad at him. I think he didn't count on Trisha Paytas marrying his brother, though. That's where the real drama kind of started, right? So, you know, like, look, I'm not trying to insult his live streaming or his content creation abilities, but this guy does rely on a bit of drama, right? So it's like, as much as he wants to say, yeah, Leftovers is over, we're not doing that anymore, I've never seen this guy really like turn away from drama, right? And if you don't want to turn away from drama, if you're willing to embrace the drama, go ahead and give this a like. No, I don't think this should bring you any drama. Would you want it to bring you drama? Chat, one in chat if drama sounds good to you. If I was like, hey, do you wanna like help me fight the evils of Twitch poll? How many of you would be like, yeah, I would like that. I would like that very much. I would like to be on NCC's team and have the problems that NCC has, right? Have the enemies that NCC has. How many of that, does that sound good to anyone? I can't promise you that like liking or retweeting my tweet will get you there, right? At some points, being in my chat, being a mod, donating money to me, like, I don't know, I have had people get fucked with by the trolls in my name, but for better or for worse, better for those of you who don't want to deal with NCC's problems, which you're smart, right? And worse for those of you who do, if you think that like sounds like a life of fun, right? I mean, I don't know, it's not boring. I'll put it that way. Just like Jean-Paul Sartre said when he was hit by a car, right? I feel like I'm living for the first time. And indeed, so do I. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to get back to dreaming. Maybe. Anyway, so yeah, let's get started. Let's get this rocking because we've got a lot of Hbomberguy to get through. Now, I've been asked, am I going to cover the entirety of the 4.5 hours or something? Am I going to cover the 4.5 hour video by Hbomberguy? And the answer is, of course, no, because then we wouldn't get to anything else, would we? We wouldn't get to anything else at all. It wouldn't happen. It's been a year. God damn, it has been a good hot moment, hasn't it? Look at that. Oh my God, that's not right, is it? So last year he did 2 videos. The year before we got 3 videos. The year before, oh no, only 1 video, but that was maybe during the height of the pandemic. Then 4 years ago we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, wait. 7, 8, damn. So 2019 was a pretty productive year for this guy. But in general, what he does is he makes long videos. Long. Oh my God, chat, I gotta have it.
トールさんが避ける組咲いてる時の顔が好き。そうもっと長く見てたいな。
Long I gotta be honest, I mean, Long Man is pretty hot. I don't care, even if he wasn't Long Man. This guy is hot.
危ないね、あの人。
The way he chews that gummy. One in chat if you want to be that gummy. Anyway, chat. Yeah, so as you can see, we haven't had a video for like a year now. Oh my God. But what do we have? Shakespeare with the subscription. Oh, also Xerix, you have a 7 stream streak. Meow. What is Mercy Wing? I love how it turns the emotes into, wait, if I scroll up, will I see what Zara actually posted? Oh, okay, it's the meow, it's my meow, Zara's meow, Shakespeare's meow, and oh, the Mercy Wing is the wing. Oh, cool, you gave me wings. Wait, do people miss the NCC blue hair, with angel wings? Do I need to do a VTuber stream? I'm asking you so many questions, chat. 1, yeah, so we do have people who want to be the, so people even make videos yeah, they do. Okay, so let me tell you the logic of this, okay? I'm gonna give you a little behind the scenes, right? Since I'm a live streamer on YouTube rather than a YouTuber per se, at least in the moment, right? Let me give you a little behind the scenes, okay? So what makes a video go? What makes a video work? Well, first of all, it's got to get clicked on, right? How does it get clicked on? Because of the title and the thumbnail, of course, right? The title is interesting. It's an interesting subject. It's a title that catches your attention, catches your eye, sounds like something you want to know more about, right? Teases something, right? A thumbnail, you know, you kind of think you know what it's about, but you don't really know what it's about. So it gets you to click, right? That's the first thing, the click-through ratio. How many people see that thumbnail, see that title, and they click through, right? Because then, you know, if nobody's clicking on it, there's no reason for YouTube to keep showing it to people, right? Then secondly, you've got your watch time. How long do the people hang around in like a 5-minute video? Do they hang around for 1 minute and 30 seconds? Do they hang out for 2 minutes? Do they hang out for 3 minutes? Do they hang out for 5 minutes, right? The third thing is watch time, right? Now watch time's weird because on a video that's like on a video that's short, you're never going to have a lot of watch time. So you damn well better be keeping people entertained, right? Your short video is subsisting strictly on a diet of people watching through the whole video. That's what you need, right? And of course, like and comment and all that stuff helps too, right? But but on a long video like Hbomberguy's here, right? You're gonna have shitty like watch percentage, right? That's 4 hours. How many people watch it for 4 hours? Very few, right? He's got the percentage is low, but what's long, what's exceptionally
キリンさんが
long
見てって流さる。こっちはゾウさんだ。
ちーちゃんは長いのが好きなんだね。
別に意識してるわけじゃないけど。
気のせいか。
long Oh my god, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Oh, he flipped it around.
前にも言ったね、あの長い人。
That long? That's the same long man. Oh my god, he's so hot. Anyway, so yeah, if you get people to watch the long if you get a few people to watch the video for a long time, then YouTube actually rewards you, because what does YouTube want? They want people staying on the platform. And if you got one video that's got people staying not just on the platform, but on that video for a long time, then YouTube is going to send that video to a lot of people, because they know that for all the, I don't know, for the 9 people that don't watch the whole video, there's going to be one person who does, and that person's racking up like 4 hours of watch time. YouTube appreciates Hbomber very much for that. So it depends, right? Because YouTube's always balancing its algorithm. Sometimes click-through counts for more, sometimes watch percentage time counts for more, sometimes engagement counts for more, and sometimes watch time counts for more. Let's get into it, though. Because I feel like, chat, do you not feel that maybe, just maybe, I have been edging you for long enough already? Oh my god. And it looks like we got plenty of... I'm thinking I'm gonna stream tomorrow too, because there's a lot to cut. Some other stuff has come up that I really want to cover in the meantime. There he is. He's back. There's the wallpaper. It's back. Right? Is that the same wallpaper? Can anybody tell? Because he smashed the old wallpaper. It doesn't look exactly... Maybe it's just faded. Do you think it's faded? Are we going to have to tell a story about Mr. Faded Glory? He who rides the pony may someday fall? Are we going to have to do that?
Don't part.
Chat, this is my kind of... Oh, like that's what I was expecting. That's the wallpaper I'm expecting. What's going on with the wallpaper?
Illuminaughtii. It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf, so out of curiosity, I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminaughtii.
Don't do this to me? Well, look, here's the deal. Like, if you could notice here, I'm starting off 43 minutes into the video, okay? We're gonna watch... less than an hour of this.
Whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do...
I hadn't heard of that accent on her name before, but...
videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was... fine? My phone was several meters away, and I mean,
that's the thing about Blair's videos, is that, like, they would show up in my algorithm, right? I would always get Illuminati videos, sent recommended to me, right? And sometimes I click on them because they were like interesting subjects, like, oh, how bad was Ronald Reagan? And it was always like, yeah, like, I mean, I agree with her. It's a good point. It's something that needs a video made on it, but it always felt like it was just kind of hacked together at the last moment. It never felt super deep. And I mean, I guess now that we know, yeah, it kind of did read like copy pasta.
Couldn't be bothered to reach out and get it and change the playlist, so it just kept going through her anti-vax videos. And at one point, I did a double take.
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with...
Wait, I've got a request in chat. This is an interesting request for music in the background. Usually it's the opposite of people requesting no music in the background, but hey, what's up, Chase? Welcome to the chat. And also, Shakespeare, you have a 3-stream watch streak. Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome to the stream. Wait, where are we right now? Okay, 43 minutes. We're still a ways away from the top of the hour ad break, so I won't mention the top of the hour ad break just yet. Just know that that may be coming up. We've got 2 ad breaks now, unfortunately. But wait, so the request is to like have music, because like when I pause it, it sounds like you're. Oh yeah, so I know what you're talking about, AC. You're talking about like your signal sometimes drops, and what that sounds like is it just an immediate pause and lack of sound. And so like that when I hit pause and I take a minute to say something to you, it's like, did I drop out? Mostly kidding. But if you act like your music is going like super low volume in the background, yeah, I can just try to bounce Irene. Did somebody ask for bounces? Make Irene bounce. Yo, frustration, okay? Because look, my wallpaper's actually good here. Like, right? No cloud of smoke around me. I don't look like a TV woman right now. That's pretty good. But also, I don't have my trampoline because I've had to push the green screen. Is like literally right behind me. Like, in other words, if a cat scratched me through the green screen, it would probably get me. Because I'm standing right, I'm talking like an airplane pilot. We're cruising at an altitude of 95,000 feet. I find that what other streamers do is that they kind of mouth with the reading. Mouth with the reading? Why do I not understand that? Blink twice if you're frozen. Do I seem frozen? Anyway, I think the thing for me to do is to just, when I unpause it, to speak immediately. We just like want to eliminate dead air. That makes sense. That's a reasonable request. So yeah, as we know, this was, if you watch the Illuminati scandal, if you paid attention to what was going on Twitter, like this was it right here. It was this part of the Illuminati debunking anti-vax part 2, which, you know, Hbomberguy was saying that it just rolls over, right? So he watches anti-vax part 1, rolls over to anti-vax part 2. This was when he started to be like, wait a minute, where have I heard this before?
The Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing,
Wait, is that a
budget
lot?
B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014, so anyone can go watch it.
Can somebody explain berserk eclipse to me?
This version has the timecode burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the timecode, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
What?
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Deere's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer Kat with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is
Nice. So like I always feel bad, like so here's the thing, like if I'm not covering something and the Vanguard covers it and I become aware of it from the Vanguard, and especially if I end up covering it on the same day, I feel really bad about that, right? One, because like I didn't get the idea myself, it was another content creator that made me aware that it was going on, and 2, that, you know, it's like I don't want people to have to watch the same, you know, content just from a different source. Like I know that I've got some mutual audience with them, right? So I'm always worried about that. But I mean, we're talking about straight up ripping off a script here. And there was an explanation from Blair as far as this goes, like that there's some kind of a document, like a Google document that she links, and if you look in the Google document, it has Andrew Wakefield's documentary as one of the sources, right? So she's acknowledging it in that way. But look, you know, acknowledging that you used somebody else's source, that you know, got some of your information comes from somewhere else, is different than when you're copying like the exact words, right? I mean, that's where you, if you're writing a paper, you know, you've got to quote that. You got to put it in quotes and be like, these are not my words, in the words of so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. Or if you're doing a video, you kind of are expected to be like, you know, acknowledge the person's name and say that they're the ones who said that, and then quote them. I think Illuminati's explanation for not doing that was that it would have made for a boring video, right? Because, like, you know, if you have the text up on screen, apparently that's like a click off moment for some people. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. It feels like it just like mixes it up a little bit. And then calling out generic edit as plagiarism. Oh my God. Well, that was the thing. I don't think that there would have been any, nobody would have ever said anything about this. Like, right? Because Hbomberguy said this was 2020, that he listened to Illuminati's video and noticed the parallel language. In fact, I won't even say parallel language, the exactly the same language as the documentary video, right? But he hadn't said anything. And he didn't say anything until Blair accused Legal Eagle's editors of you know, cribbing off her editors for their techniques of just like a technique that like literally everybody uses. It's literally what quotes are for, yeah.
Great, I love knowing that my audience actually reads books. Thank you so much. So, the reason—
Wait, did I see the Skibidi Toilet backpack? What are you talking— Shakespeare, is there a Skibidi Toilet backpack?
the Illuminaughtii video sounded so familiar was because I had just rewatched that documentary.
Then in 1990...
Wait, that wasn't even what the Legal Eagle editor was asking about? What were they asking about, Janelle? Blair seems to have really screwed herself with the Illegal Eagle thing. She wouldn't have even found out eventually. She would have been found out eventually, I think, but she sped that up way faster. People watch YouTubers read Reddit posts. Oh my God. Well, that was what Blair used to do. That was what Blair used to do. That's what Oz Media does. I think it's kind. Is it kind of like what the Click does? Does the Click do that? I mean, that was what Sour Milk was all about. Was you know, reacting to Reddit content. And you're gonna see here like Hbomberguy, like he's a sassy boy. He's a bit of a sassy boy, right? Because he's got an opinion about the kind of like Reddit React YouTubers. He's also got an opinion about reaction YouTubers like myself and Hbomberguy. That is why we're only watching part of your video. We're doing as ethical of a react as we can. He was asking about the 3D. Oh, they use DaVinci, the 3D plugin effect in DaVinci. Yo, I gotta find out about that one. Janelle, he's a funny sassy boy. Yeah, he's fun and sassy, and you know, he's got some smoke for everybody, including yours truly. But that's okay. I take the criticism and I accept the criticism.
He was suspended from practicing medicine.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine.
But still, even with that shade that Hbomberguy has thrown in the direction of the React streamers, I think he's got a bit more shade for video essayists who are copying and pasting text from other video essayists.
Pay a $10,000 fine for his
Reddit content is 99% fake, so reacting to it is pointless. I mean, that is what people say about Reddit content. There's all these amazing stories of like, wow, this thing happened to me and I can't believe it. And you're left to be like, yeah, but also, did it really happen? Did that really happen? DM to the Skibidi toilet backpack. Okay.
Use of misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
Hugh Freudenberg, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Dia, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So, what's happening here? Well,
There it
after the
is.
bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deere and the documentary pretty openly.
In 2004, Brian Deere came out with a documentary entitled MMR What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deere said from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy? I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deere's YouTube channel with the
And I mean, I guess that's really what I noticed about Illuminati videos in general, is they're like empty calories, right? You want to know about a topic. She's talking about the topic. She's got a great thumbnail. She's like got a great, I'll say it too, she's got a great rantsona, right? I love that little, triangle head rantsona that she uses, but there's no analysis. It's just, yeah, it always feels like stuff that I've heard before, and it turns out maybe some of that stuff I have literally heard before.
time code burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source.
Here's what I want to know though. Do you think that parents are going to buy the Skibidi Toilet backpack for their kids? Or do you think they're going to be like, I'm not buying you a toilet backpack. What are you doing? What? No. Also, does Da Fuck Boom deserve some of the profits from this Skibidi backpack, right? This is that's a great question, right? Because when you talk about like plagiarism and stuff like that, a lot of what Da Fuck Boom is doing is reusing resources from Half-Life, using the what is it called? The SoundForge module? SoundForge? No, it's not SoundForge. That's something else. I can't remember what it's called, but there's like a piece of so the stuff that you see in Skibidi Toilet, it looks like Gary's Mod, and Gary's Mod is a program that uses assets from Half-Life 2 and sort of lets you play around with them, play around with the physics, play around with everything, right? And you can make a movie with Gary's Mod, sure, but it's easier to make a movie with there's actually like an editor, like a video editor specifically for this stuff that makes it so much easier. So yeah, like if one of the main bad guys is a in fact I feel like a lot of the assets, a lot of the characters, at least on the toilet side, are from Half-Life 2. Like the G-Man toilet is one of the big baddies. That's G-Man's definitely like a but is he really using G-Man, or is he just taking that form, putting it in a toilet and making a different character? Because G-Man toilet is not exactly the same as G-Man. For context of the been long controversial, it's because he had noticed a pattern of plagiarizers who actually comically bad for rewriting their scripts. Because like that been long controversial is not a way a lot of people would say that. Has been controversial for a long time is the way that I would say it, right? The toilet backpack, what the hell? I gotta see it. Wait, did you see it? I'll give anybody who did not see it another look real quick. Is it this one? There it is. I mean, I thought it would look like a toilet, but no, it's just got toilets on it. But like, I mean, honestly, that's like, I hope Da Fuck Boom is making some money off of this, because like literally, that's literally, his brand right there. Although, yeah, you could say, so, as we talk about plagiarism, right? I want people to remember that very few ideas are original entirely. Now, this is not to let Illuminati off the hook, cribbing a script from somebody and not acknowledging that that's what you did. That's pretty low, right? And even just like reproducing somebody else's content and representing it as your own is kind of low. Like, right, if I just watch these Hbomberguy's videos with you, if I just watch this video with you and I was like, whoa, damn, no shot, right? I mean, what am I doing? I'm just like, it's just a watch party at that point, like, right? I'm not really contributing anything. Instead, I'm gonna take 40 minutes of video and make it last 3 hours. No, hopefully hopefully I won't get stun locked that bad today.
Quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminaughtii video essay, you'll see these pretentious little
Wait, what am I watching right now? Toilet emoji? Oh my god, do people not know about this yet? If you don't know, we're talking about a very popular series. I am gonna try not to get, like, we're actually talking about Hbomberguy, right? But yeah, it's how do you explain Skibidi toilets? I think I did once. I just didn't put out a video for it. Maybe I should do a video explaining Skibidi toilets for anyone who's not see, you gotta be like,
Commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want. And to give—
it's an absurdly popular YouTube video series created using assets from Second Life, I guess.
Proper credit to—
but there's so much more that goes into it, right? It's a good example of something that's created by, like, from a number of different things, right? There's like a song that is instrumental in, you know, the Skibidi Bop 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 Yes Yes song. There's the Half-Life 2 stuff. There's the you know, kind of Gary's mod. What it's not called? Is it called SourceForge? Is that what it's called? SourceForge module? Or am I thinking of like a Minecraft? I feel like SourceForge is like a Minecraft thing. That was
people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify.
Oh no, I got somebody's husband addicted to Skibidi toilets.
It, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing.
I said it was like YouTube poop. Yeah, there's some of YouTube poop in it too.
If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel—
What? Okay, that's a fake Anita quote, right?
Feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated, mumps, measles, and rubella together might be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
I love there's a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for a reason. You see, this quote is from the same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps and rubella given together may be too much for the immune system of some children to handle.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched.
What is it called though? It's SFM, the thing that he uses to create these videos, the toilet.
I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases.
So in other words, look, if you're going to do research and you're going to, oh my God, I missed it again. Anyway, never mind, chat. Never mind. I'm just like, I'm failing my job at letting people on Twitch know about the ad break before it comes. They just got taken away. They got swept away. I thought these were big hands. I thought these were strong hands, and I let them go somehow. But yeah, this is, look, let's say that somebody is a content mill. They want to get their YouTube channel big fast. They want to get a lot of views, but they don't want to spend a lot of time working on their videos, okay? I could see maybe, right, watching this video, watching other videos, writing down notes, right? Not quoting things, but writing down, you know, a synopsis. Write them down in your words. Watch something, understand what the person is saying, and then write out a paragraph of how do you explain that? How would you say that, right? You know, that's still being lazy, right? You could still, you know, I mean, there's still like another step that you could do to try to kind of synthesize knowledge and really create something that is your original thought, which is what Illuminaughtii really doesn't give us in her videos a lot. You know, we get what sounds like her thoughts and sometimes aren't, but they to just like write it down verbatim, I mean, that's just a whole nother level, right?
Just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had, in fact, begun with a contract from a group of solicitors
Who were trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die.
Source Filmmaker, thank you. Yeah, it's Source Film. I was like, it's SMF. What is it called? Yeah, Source Filmmaker. Thank you, Spark. Spark noticed it first. Yeah. She paid people to do everything. Oh, ooh, she paid people. So now here's an issue where, was it her or was it somebody writing the script for her? And also, you know, that doesn't actually get her off the hook, right? Because if she's got script writers who she's giving not enough time to actually pump the project out, right? It's kind of like it's not hard to figure out like what, you know, the problem on some level is running a content mill, right? Like, I don't think it helps anybody, really.
Diet's own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus.
She underpaid her content mill with terrible working conditions. Well, yeah, she must have some strong NDAs on those people, too, because nobody's come out to talk about what it's like to work for Blair in that regard. We've got some idea of what it's like to be an editor for Blair from Wonderstruck Guy, YT. But that was also maybe a particular situation. Like Wonder was also living with Blair.
Injected mice with measles.
Oh, one former employee has come about it recently.
Extracting their white blood cells.
Extracted their white blood cells and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this.
It's like if you didn't like it with a British accent, here it is with an American accent. There you go.
One documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deer's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop.
Wait, she talked shit about Mike Figueredo. So if you don't know what we're talking about there, Mike Figueredo is the creator behind the Humanist Report, the face and the voice of is basically the Humanist Report. That's the channel that we're talking about, and worked with Illuminaughtii in the leftist mafia. When the leftist mafia started out, Blair was part of that team, so him. And you know, when all this happened, at first they were like, well, we're gonna wait a minute, we're gonna see what goes on. Blair's made a video, she's apologized, because she did the one good thing that Blair did, you know, to a certain extent. I don't know, I can't even give her that credit, can I? She didn't exactly take so she did take responsibility for the legal thing, right? She did apologize for that. She kind of apologized for the plagiarism, but she also made a bunch of excuses and was like, actually, if you look at my Google document, you can see that I mentioned this documentary, and so we're good, right? This is yeah, shocks me. I was just thinking about this is literally what Norman Finkelstein called out and detailed Alan Dershowitz for doing with the Holocaust. Yeah, so Dershowitz's source was a Holocaust denier's book that he was, you know, quoting to disagree with, and you know, it was so similar. Like, and when I say quoting, I mean plagiarizing, right? Plagiarized it, down to the ellipses, right? So, you know, when you quote a source, right? The Holocaust denier had like quoted a source and had ellipses in there, and the ellipses in the same place. It's almost like a fingerprint, right? It's proof. She apologized in private with Legal Eagle, but refused to say so much publicly. Did she not say that in? I think she did put that in her video, right? That she had apologized to Legal Eagle, and she took some responsibility for that. But yeah, she didn't really she didn't disappear and stop. She lazily pretended she didn't do anything wrong on purpose. She made some oopsies. She had a lot of brass calling out an actual lawyer for plagiarism, right? That's not what that was not an apology. That was not an apology. And especially when it comes to the other stuff in the video, it was very much not an apology. And it, you know, it was a lot of it was there was a little bit of a mea culpa, but it was mostly you know, you got me wrong. I actually put that in my Google document, and it's like, that doesn't excuse you for ripping off somebody's script and you know, just reading it off like it's your own.
Stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're...
Wait a minute. Did you see that? Was that... I'm sorry. I'm hyper-focusing, chat. Are you okay with that? I'm hyper-focusing on this a little bit. I just like... I noticed something.
Suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000...
Look at the frame on the right.
$1,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Do you see that? That transition right there. Now look, I don't watch that much of the surfs, but that kind of feels like a surf's transition. Am I completely barking up the wrong tree there, or is there some... Like, something about this is just reminiscent of like a surfs video.
Drugs. MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back.
And if that's true, that's really bad. I mean, Blair worked with Lance on Leftist Mafia to be... maybe I'm completely wrong. What do you think, chat? Any surfs fans in here? Can you corroborate? Play the transition again? We'll do it one more time. Oh my god, I took it back too far.
Extracted their white blood cells and
she stops bothering she wasn't
with blood products. Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
So it's that one right there.
Then in 1995,
on your right,
he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up.
What do you think? Is that something the surfs does? It's really word for... Oh, yeah, for sure. It's definitely... I mean, that's the whole problem with it. It's the Chizzy Blob effect from Lance's editors. I don't know. Wait, would that be Dave? I'm not sure if Dave's still doing the editing or not, but... I think I've talked to Dave before. Dave's really nice. Blair is reading it even in the same tone and pacing as the documentary. Yet, like I said, all that changes is the accent, right? I think it used to be their intro transition. Yo. Look, I don't know. I'm not like a surfs expert, so take this all with a grain of salt. And considering how litigious that Blair has been to her coworkers, her ex co-workers on a Sad Milk, I definitely don't want to get any legal action against me, right? So I am not asserting this as the truth or for sure or something that I know to be true. I am just saying it looks to me like it might be a pilfered transition, but then again, I don't know. So please don't sue me. Right. Do you know, last time I almost got sued by so many people, chat. If you were here for the last stream on Friday, Do you know how many people I almost got sued by? We're talking about like Larry David. We're talking about the Florida Citrus Commission, right? I was just like living in danger. I was living dangerously, chat. That's what I mean when I say maybe you don't want to have the same enemies as NCC.
And spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird.
That's how I feel when somebody spits back into my mouth.
My favorite part is
num num num.
When some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some
hardcore allegedly
reason, attributed to law.
Yeah, the Poop Map Corporation. Oh my god, everybody's gonna sue me.
Suit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deere said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder...
How many cease and desist letters did you get?
The guy never comes up again in the video.
Wait, seriously though, people have threatened me with legal action. We're talking about Vash's sysadmin though, right? Like I should probably say one person has threatened me with legal action, and it never came forth because I don't think she had a case, and YouTube didn't think she had a case either.
She brings him up here by mistake because she's paraphrasing another section of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely.
That's kind of a cool name. Not gonna lie. It's kind of a cool name, Roy Pounder.
To save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the document.
Well, the feeling I got, AC, was that she didn't want, the Vash's sysadmin did not want me to cover Vash's videos or Xander Hall's videos or really anybody's videos in the White Leaf Network with a skeptical eye, in a critical way, right? That was really what was it. It seems to be an attempt to scare me off of reacting to the videos of people in the White Leaf Network who, unbeknownst to me, some of them seem to have transferred their rights to the Vash's sysadmin. Sounds like a porn name, yeah. Roy Pounder with Mine Johnson. Oh my god, I gotta watch that later.
And not her video.
Do you know who else has a porn name and it's like really unfortunate? Does anybody remember Jeremy Tubin? Like, does anybody know who I'm talking about? CNN, a guy named Jeremy Tubin, and he was eventually left CNN after having shown a little too much self-love in a Zoom meeting that he swears he was not aware that he was still online. Yeah, Jeremy Tubin. That's what I like. Tubin Schlubin, right? He was Schlubin the Tubin.
Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary.
What's funny is that, like, I swear to God, it was Brian Stelter. But maybe that's Mandela effect, or rehired. I mean, I from what I can tell, like, it really was an accident. It really was an accident. It wasn't him trying to,
and trying to hide it. Like, obviously...
An editorial board meeting.
There's something wrong here. Here's a hint.
But no, it wasn't Brian Stelter. For some reason, I always remember it as Brian Stelter, but it was not.
If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the...
And you can tell how long ago Hbomberguy put this part of the video together, right? Because she still got 1.4 million subscribers, even though her numbers today are more along the lines of 1.3.
Actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult.
Alan literally did the same thing. Oh, okay. When you said that, Shakespeare, I thought you were meaning he did the same thing as Tubin. No, he did the same thing as Blair. Reproducing the same errors, the book, he plagiarized. Yeah, that's another like fingerprint. That's another, like, way to sort of, track down that if you copied even the typos, even the mistakes, then
to sort through, but if you keep digging,
for some reason it's not hard to imagine the Dersh
eventually you find a link to
doing a tubing
Brian Deer's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list.
He was Dershing. Oh no. Brian Stelter was just on Pac-Man
somewhere.
That's what I was watching. I think I watched that and I was like, wait a minute, is this the guy that, and I looked it up and it wasn't. It was Jeremy Tubin that did that.
And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling
That's a nice transition.
Fellowship to study small intestine
Could I steal that?
Transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now?
Wait, she's probably, oh god, now after the serfs thing, which we don't know for sure yet. We don't know if that was like, just like the serfs. It seems very similar to the serfs, but now whenever I see a nice transition in a Illuminati video, I start to wonder, like, is it her transition though, or?
Now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No. She's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK in the late 1980s where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be. It wasn't plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little paste bin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability. The intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminaughtii videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains uncovered.
Wait, this led us to what? Prostulate? That sounds like a special kind of massage.
Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that...
Postulate, right? Oh, wait. Okay, so that's her typo, right?
There may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Medical Research Council also consisted of only 15 cases.
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfuls of text from the BBC, various papers.
Oh my god. And like, look, I mean, I'm not sure how strongly like Hbomber is gonna draw the connection here, but it's almost starting to sound like that Blair developed some bad habits back in her Reddit, days, and they just like kind of carried over. They like helped her pump out more videos faster, right? But
Slate, The Telegraph, and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think—
Well, and to introduce the idea that part of this is original thought from Illuminati, when in actuality, maybe there's just not time within the content mill schedule that she's developed to actually add original thought.
The video is being lazy. I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched! This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad.
It sounds like, what's it that called when a word is made out of two words? A portmanteau? Is that what you're going for? A combination of two words is a portmanteau. I think it's portmanteau is how it's pronounced. There's also like a malapropism, which is like if I was to say, I gotta go grab the fire distinguisher, and you all laughed because you know it's the fire extinguisher, not the distinguisher, and that, like, you know, the fact that I think it's called the fire distinguisher is funny to you, right? And you get to have a good laugh at my expense. In that case, like, right? Vosh is kind of the king of malapropisms. And the thing about it is, though, is that they're all words that are just like slightly above his audience's reading comprehension. No offense, Vosh fans, if you're a Vosh fan, you know, I'm not policing who you watch, but nobody's calling on him on it, so I gotta say it. I gotta say that you know, when nobody notices him using words that do not exist but are similar to words that do make sense in that context, right? That's called a malapropism, especially if it's like a ironic or funny one.
Glad you were! One of the lights went off, hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, it's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realize if you didn't know the source material—
Wait, what did he say? Are we talking about Vosh or Pac-Man here?
You would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne—
I mean, to be honest, it's a thing Ben Shapiro does, but generally he, like, in terms of using a vocabulary slightly above his audience's reading level in order to sound smart, although Ben Shapiro, I haven't really heard him do, you know, like, mix up the words, do a malapropism. He just kind of, he does this thing where he talks really fast and he uses words that are slightly more, you know, like at a, I don't know, freshman college level of reading comprehension. And his audience is like, I feel smarter after watching Ben Shapiro. Same thing with Peterson's audience, right? And if you look at Vosh and, you know, how he started and what he set out to do, it was, you know, him trying to grab that crowd and pull them out of the right wing and pull them into the left wing. Now, that's not actually how it worked out. Most of Vosh's audience are actually maybe people even to the left of him. And if he's, you know, converted anybody's ideology, it's making more of those people okay with the your sort of dirtbag tactics and mentality and you know, attacking our own side that he does, right? But you know, his intentions were, I guess, noble at first, in that he thought that he would be the mouthpiece, the funnel, I guess, if you were, of the right to left pipeline.
Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant.
Yeah, you're right. If you slow Ben Shapiro down, he does indeed sound drunk. On
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma
Oh, we're talking about Pac-Man.
who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly. But the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do
And, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those 2 documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up 2 documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too.
Just like I tastefully bring up the top of the hour ad break when necessary, and I find the ad break mention is necessary when there's about to be an ad break. Now, I said top of the hour ad break. That implies it happens every hour on the hour. Unfortunately, for some reason, Twitch is now serving you 2 ad breaks of half the time, 1 minute and 30 seconds in length each, right, on the half of the hour. So, right, we're about to hit the bottom of the hour ad break. That is something that you can avoid for free using a Twitch Prime sub if you have one. If you have Twitch Prime, you basically get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see those ads anymore, and you will see that you have lots more emotes when you do that. You can also pay for that. You can also pay $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, maybe a different price if you're in a different country, because that they do the prices do vary, but you can buy one for yourself, or if you're lucky, right, somebody might give you one. It can happen, it does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat, because that way somebody can see that you don't have that Persona 2 avatar by your face and that you are subject to that ad break.
And I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And what I realized was that they had rented an area.
So I haven't seen this one, but I did end up watching the Netflix documentary on Woodstock. What is it? Woodstock 2? Shakespeare, I think you're the one that suggested this to me, right? The whole Woodstock 2, like when you, the story is wild.
North
Woodstock 99
of San.
Oh, that's right, because there was a Woodstock 93 too, wasn't there? Or like a Woodstock 97. They tried to do Woodstock again, and I think same problem. So if you don't know the original Woodstock, they booked all these big bands. They thought they were going to make all kinds of money, but they didn't invest in very strong fences. They were just regular fences, and the hippies at Woodstock decided that they were going to make the festival free by knocking down the fences and just coming on in anyway. And it just became, they turned kind of a corporate event, because honestly, like Jefferson Airplane, the Who, like, I mean, these are pop, corporate band. These aren't like, underground bands or anything like that, but they managed to turn that into, something, approximating an expression of youth culture in the 60s, and an expression of the Summer of Love, right? And so the original guy that put it together, he never made any money out of it. He got famous for it, but he didn't make any money. And he kind of felt like, like sometime I should make some money. And I've got this, brand, this Woodstock brand, being the guy who put together Woodstock, that like should be able to bring in lots of people. Let's do one corporate. Let's do one really corporate. He tries, I think in the early 90s, and same kind of thing happens. He doesn't make any money from it. People get in for free. And then he does it again in 99, and that is the disaster, right? Woodstock 99 was kind of like the Fire Festival before the Fire Festival.
Resort.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped.
They wanted to have another one, but COVID. Oh my god!
Just north of a sandals resort.
Yeah, the guy that put it together is really funny. Like he's just a really weird, 60s dude.
And then effectively photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopped.
Oh my god! What kind of island has right angles, though? I mean, I'm not saying that the people should have known. But it does look like the way, that looks like an island. There's the ad break.
shopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a deserted island dedicated to the event.
This would have to be like an island in the South China Sea, maybe, or like the Sea Island in the Mediterranean, right? To have right angles like that. Like, can you imagine walking down a beach and like all of a sudden there's this like right angle, you're like turning like 90 degrees to keep on walking on the beach?
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had
DeSantis learned his drinking water method from Woodstock 99?
every living soul on the island of
Pythagoras Island?
Exuma who could lift a towel working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix.
Okay, we're really treading on dangerous territory here. And as much bad blood, as much like anger as people have for Blair, you know, considering all the stuff with, you know, from Legal Eagle to the members of Spilled Milk, right? I don't think a lot of people would feel super bad for her if Netflix were to come and say, that is our script, and we will be taking the proceeds from that video for ourselves.
With supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival.
Oh my god, I forgot about the sod farms.
Documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one, although fucking hilarious.
I don't think that's gonna stand up if Netflix's lawyers get involved. Damn. Oh my god, I mean, like, chat, is this dry snitching?
She doesn't link it on Hulu. She links
like he's not saying, hey, Netflix, come and get your money, but
it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on. Now this is journalism.
What? Are you fucking kidding? No. She did not. Did she really? That's like me quoting like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure thing and then listing like 9 anime .ru, which you should not go to, by the way. I think that one, like, I don't know. I have those sites where you watch anime for free. They're known for having viruses. So don't, that's not a suggestion. I shouldn't have even mentioned the URL.
Hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu. She links it on 123films.cc.
No!
The piracy.
That's literally like the version. That's like 9 anime for not anime. Oh my god. No. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Oh no. See, because like, here's the thing. It doesn't read like somebody being slick and trying to get away with something. It reads like somebody just putting zero time, just getting everything done as fast as they possibly can, right? It's a content mill. That's what's doing this. That's what's causing this, right? You look at maybe on some level, Blair, you know, since she didn't intend to steal from people, like it feels like, you know, well, it wasn't intentional. Please, like, understand. But it's like you run a content mill and you force your writers and your editors to work that quickly. I mean, this is what's going to happen. And you don't check, and most of all, you don't check, because, right, that's your name on the channel. Even if you hire a writer, even if you hire an editor, you can't really put that off on them, right?
Website she watched it on. Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from
Dwarven Craft says, you accidentally got a virus on one of your school lab computers? Oh my god. Hey, I mean, like, did you feel kind of like not my floor, not my problem, though? I don't know. Video volume is much louder than my voice. Thank you for letting me know that. Oh, interesting. Wait. Testing? Oh, wow. Okay, interesting. Let's make this gainier. Let's make this gainier. Is that good?
Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Oh no.
The footage plays
just with like a nice duvet, which you probably don't need.
While she is saying this is the same.
Is it pronounced duvet or duvet?
Footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just replaced the documentary's voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the things Blair did. As one caterer puts it in Netflix's Fire. It's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you, so she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people, which she didn't. This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
a metric shit ton, actually slightly more, an imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot?
Why did... Oh my god, I know that. You know, it's the thing. Here's the thing with me, chat. There's like... When I first learned French, I was a precocious little kid who grabbed her mommy's, like, French book, like Learn French Fast or whatever, right? And learned, you know, just read through the book, learned a lot of vocabulary, learned numbers, learned everything, and then noticed this thing called the liaison. The liaison. That means that's why you don't pronounce the last letter a lot of times in French. You unless there's like a vowel after it, right? So I didn't get that concept. So I learned French, but without the right pronunciation. And then like later in my life, I learned French like for real, right? But everything that I'd learned as far as like a French word prior to that, like I learned it wrong. And it's embarrassing. And I should be embarrassed. Gainer sounds like is a good sounding word. Wait, does that mean something?
These articles? What the fuck?
It's duvet.
This isn't even plagiarism. This is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage.
Dwarvencraft says, La français, c'est une langue très stupide, je crois.
You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This
really.
is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters. What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the
Is that what it is? It's bisexual lighting?
footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable.
Oh my god. He is dry snitching it. It goes so hard.
And is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing.
Okay, here's my thought, right? As much as I don't like dry snitching or snitching of any kind, right? If you can get Blair's lawyers working on something else other than attacking her enemies, it's probably a good thing.
Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit though, the video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event, and guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it.
I don't think it's dry snitching if he is exposing, well yeah, like it's...
But also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as
well. In other words, what I'm saying is that Netflix, right, could take action. And normally that's not something that I'd want to expose any other content creator, no matter, even if they're my worst enemy, to. But, you know, in this case where Blair is actively, you know, utilizing kind of a legal strategy to intimidate and silence people, I'm all right with it.
as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correctly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source, but if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk. This piece of fan art is—
It's Oz Media. We're gonna take a look at Oz Media's recent live stream a little later on, right? So if you don't know, this is somebody that Oz, this is somebody that Blair dated, right? They were together for a good while, and while they were together, Blair convinced Oz Media to sign a bunch of legal papers that put him in a situation where the house that he's currently living at is sort of owned by Blair, and it's not something that he can really pay for. He was like 20 years old, I think he said, when he started dating Blair. So, you know, just really kind of naive about legal stuff and finances, etc., right? So the TLDR is that Oz Media was left in a situation where he was looking at possibly being kicked out of his house by December. And he's trying to work on his own video to, you know, to tell his story about, like, you know, what happened and everything like that. So luckily, he did a live stream last night, and he raised way more money than you would think possible, right? He a lot of people stepped up and really helped Oz Media out, and so he is going to be all right. And I love it. I love it when a creator that's in a situation like that, you know, gets support from their audience. It warms my heart. It looks like David Feldman's performing some more Biden Falazio. Damn it, I should have turned my damn phone off today. Oz livestream is a real good moment in the whole Illuminati situation. Yeah, because I just want people to be okay. And content creation, like, look, chat, honestly, like, speaking from personal experience, it is like, it's like a trust fall with your audience, like, right? Whether you can justify spending the kind of time that it takes to produce the kind of content that you want, and you know, whether you'll get that support or not from your audience, and it could be, you know, really tenuous. So it's really good that Oz is in a much safer place. He said that he went to bed like, and got the first good night sleep in like months, because he'd been worried about getting kicked out on his ass.
Better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quote—
Yeah, so much work and not consistent, adequate support
from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, oh, I use these documentaries as research at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary without telling you, while reusing—
Dwarvencraft says she really put PixArt filters on the documentary. Yeah, basically.
Greased up footage from it, but it's most of the video. There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes, but this video's looking kinda long, so I shouldn't. However, before I realized I shouldn't, I'd already made all of it. So, check out the new video on my hot new second channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content. The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention, with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words, and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end, while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah.
He said Cinemassacre. So chat, when I hear Cinemassacre, I think of the angry video game nerd, right? Who, if you're really old school, you might know as the angry Nintendo nerd, but obviously Nintendo made him take that out of his thing. But yeah, Cinemassacre is the channel that he's on now. I'm kind of curious because I have heard a lot of, like, I only ever know about like James Rolfe through the old AVGN videos, which I found like way after they were uploaded. These are like early YouTube videos which are kind of wild. Like, right, they feature stuff like him taking a dump on Bugs Bunny's face. Pretty cool. He hates Bugs Bunny, who knew? But apparently there's some like really not great stuff about Cinemassacre that I'm not. Yeah, early YouTube was extremely wild. Yeah.
But if you don't care about quality, you save yourself.
He covers that in the beginning of the video.
A lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant.
I love that song, the intro song for AVGN.
Race to the bottom to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity after Homelander lost his mind.
These float to the top because there's catchy names and there's hundreds of them. So they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps.
No!
Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing, they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop!
Oh, I was gonna guess Captain America.
An AI voice explains.
But I don't know anything about comic book stuff.
It's the plot of RoboCop to you. Incredible! But if something becomes successful...
Wait, I don't even understand that, right? What is the point of, like, not putting the name RoboCop in the title? Would people just not be interested because they already know the plot to RoboCop? But if you sell it as like something else, then they're...
Even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube.
Oh wait, I don't think I've seen this one, Cube Zero.
The opening sequence...
I saw one of the Cube movies.
Introduces a prologue. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today...
The chaos caused by the Egyptians? Wait, are they talking about the Arab Spring?
I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man...
You couldn't tell I haven't seen, like, enough movies.
And saw it. He was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jick Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Allerlero.
Why are AI voices always so breathy? I don't know. The new ones, have you heard the new ones, right? Like, I think the new ones are like the AI voices that come with, oh my God, what is that program called? I actually have this program. CapCut. Yeah. Like the CapCut AI voices maybe are like less breathy.
So you can see how content mill shit.
But it's weird because, like, right, you'll be watching a video with a guy that sounds like he's like 47, like it sounds like a 47-year-old voice actor, right? And but then you hear like the stuff that they say, like the way that the script is written, you can kind of tell that it's actually written by a like a 16-year-old or a 14-year-old. Like, this is true with the videos that do like the Skibidi Toilet recaps, right? They're all They're all like kids trying to sound like a voice actor using the AI.
It dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes itself. Reaction videos are
almost. I'm like, look, if you can control yourself and not do too many stun locks, right? Where you're talking for a long time, sometimes even changing the subject, sometimes even introducing other series like Skibidi Toilets and such, right? Then yeah, the money makes itself. But yeah, the chair streams, that's what you need to do. That's more lucrative than what I do, is the chair streams. AI is taking over one thing. AI taking over is one thing, but people using AI to generate massive amounts of content devoid of actual content is just weird and awful.
Key piece of the Illuminaughtii puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it.
Look, I missed the last time, right? But we're 7 minutes away, right? I would normally let you know closer to the ad break, but since I remembered this time, I'll let you know. We're close to the top of the hour again, right? Every time, no, we're close to the bottom of the hour, right? So every time we have like the top of the hour, the bottom of the hour, the 00, the 30 minute, that means that you're gonna see a Twitch ad pretty soon. That is an ad for up to 1 minute and 30 seconds. It is unskippable, unlike YouTube ads. The only way to get out of it, the only saving grace, is that you can use a Prime sub to get out of it for free, and it puts money in my pocket, and it advances us further towards our sub goal, which I really hope we hit this time. I've got like a cool video that I was actually surprised by from a new creator. Actually, just amazing video that I want to watch with you if we have time on the sub goal, right? You can also do the same thing by paying Twitch $5. It's only $5 to get yourself a sub, $6 on mobile. Or if you are lucky, right, you might be the recipient of a gift sub. It can happen. It does happen. Especially now that it's December and we've got like a completely clear leaderboard. So, anybody that gifts subs is going to go to the top of the leaderboard. But it happens more often if you're active in chat. That way people can tell that you don't have they can see by the fact that you don't have a Persona 2 face by your name that you don't have a sub yet and you might be subject to the ad break. So,
to make videos.
Wait, I mean, I could do that. Like, I don't have to do that manually, right? I could do, like, I always forget, like, that's what I was trying, yeah. There we go. That feels like completion.
Reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes and, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust?
Soul Life, I like some Reddit React channels as well.
And that's,
actually, I was into, you don't do a chair stream, you do a trampoline stream. That's true. Sometimes, right? I gotta figure out a way. Wait, maybe you can see the trampoline. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There's the trampoline, right? And you can tell how close I am to the green screen here too. And that's why I don't have a trampoline. I'm not on a trampoline right now because like I just can't seem to make it work with my new setup. But we'll figure it out.
Dick. Very cool, man. The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts.
Nixon is so much more than the Watergate. Like, Nixon is a true character of American lore.
Posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw
any of these old presidents, like Johnson, Nixon. They're wild. When you get into the lore of the presidents, it's wild.
Moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together.
There we go, Sad Milk.
Called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun. But this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really
the most surface level explanation of the joke, yeah.
Popular.
Which I mean, the way she's running her content mill, she doesn't have time to do more.
Led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even.
Okay, look, you didn't see this from me, okay? If you noticed, right? You did. I covered the Illuminati situation I left out this video because it's embarrassing. Like there was a time, okay, in YouTube's history called Storytime. Does anybody remember Storytime? The Storytime videos? Where you just had like a Reddit story almost. It's like almost like Blair's attempt to actually produce her own Reddit content, only not on Reddit. This was like on Hulu or something, right? I'm aware of this stuff. I'm aware of this particular story, but I didn't cover it because it's just all it is like, you know, embarrassing. Cow print headboard? I think the plagiarism is the least of her worries. Damn.
See the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video
Chat, I've got a complete explanation for that. Does anyone in chat if you want me to explain the Blair poop video? I just feel bad doing it because it's just like...
essays started being a popular format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now.
It was Vimeo. Yeah, you're right. It was Vimeo. Yeah, not Hulu. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, I mix up Vimeo and Hulu. They're very different, though.
None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something popular.
Okay. No sparrows. We got 1 vote against. We got 3 votes for.
Finally caused her to really take off as a creator.
We got 4 votes for. We got 5 votes for. Let the poop be a mystery until after. Should I save this for like a stopping point?
She basically immediately deleted all of her
She may have populated the poop map, Daymal. Yeah.
Previous cringe attempts to cash
or populated if you
in on other trends.
Prefer.
Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million.
Wait, shouldn't it be 2? Oh, it should be a number 2. Oh no, ba-da-da. Look, Chat Alpha, I don't normally credit like when chat's hilarious because chat makes some good jokes, but I gotta give you an unironic on that one.
Sounds like...
oh wait, and maybe a little bit of maybe just a... yeah, you deserved a...
like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The Illuminaughtii channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process, and I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is...
some of these topics, I just, like, see, now here's how this works, right? If you, like, you'd probably recognize this stuff as being, even if you don't recognize it as plagiarism, you click on the video because it's something you're interested in, and you realize you've heard it all before, and you just leave kind of unsatisfied, which is not a good thing. If you're a YouTuber, that's not a good thing, right? In terms of actually forging some kind of a relationship with your audience, it's not good to leave them with that feeling of having consumed empty calories, right? But if you haven't heard of it, like I never followed the Goop stuff. I'm aware that Gwyneth Paltrow is into like natural health, and she had a brand called Goop, and they sell a bunch of wacky products. Supposedly there's a candle that smells like her intimate parts. If you want that in your life, if you want to, you know, smell the smell of the recreation of Gwyneth Paltrow's underwear smell, you can do that for a price, apparently. But I haven't really followed it. I don't know everything there is to do. I know that Goop is a rabbit hole, a deep rabbit hole. She screwed up Tommy C's algorithms and his channels. Now wait, who is Tommy C? I think I've heard of this person. Is he like a drama channel? Like by him like watching Blair's videos, it screwed up the algorithms? Goop is a psyop to make wealthy women sick with jade. Oh my god. Vagine eggs. The world doesn't need another booty hole smell candle. Oh no!
It's fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a certain point, you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the fire...
But I think it's for people like me. I think that the real reason that these content mills exist, right, is people like me. Like, if I haven't ever watched anything on Goop, and I come across like a Blair content mill channel, a Blair like, wait, what? We really have another ad break already? Oh my god.
Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Was Tommy C her boyfriend? Is that right? Okay, so now here's a weird connection, right? And look, I feel bad about like talking to this because on some levels, like you know, Blair's been taken care of, right? Her channel is not getting any views. AC earlier mentioned that like there's a lot of content creators who have a lot of subs, but they get much less views, right? Blair is like, I don't know, a fraction. What is it like? You know, you're talking about like a 1.3 million sub channel that gets regularly like videos that are like 30K. Right, so that's a very low ratio of people that are sub to you actually watching your content. But like, so I feel bad about this, but I do know more about you know, Blair's origins, and you know, as much as some people associate her with the leftist mafia, associate her with intersectional leftist content creators. If you watch her Illuminati videos, that's the vibe that they have. That, you know, the kind of concerns, the kind of enemies that she. You know, the kind of the baddies that she talks about are generally baddies that you know, progressive or even leftist people would find reprehensible as well. But her origins are not there. Her origins are actually in the content, the commentary community, right? The comment, like, right, as in like you know, Tom Dark, you know, those kind of channels, right? So that's where I recognize Tommy C from. And is that right? Was she really dating Tommy C? Is this real? She did this when she pivoted because she was associated with edge content. Interesting. And yeah, and some of her criticisms of, you know, the Sad Milk members in the light of the fact that she herself has a not so great, you know, past when it comes to, like, I'm talking about people who did content on Keffels that was not like, you know, Keffels is doing the P-Crew invasion. Keffels is, you know, like before Keffels was right wing, people that were like, oh my god, a large trans creator, let me jump on that dog pile, right? Those kind of people. That's who Blair was like friends with.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bexed burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival.
She's a dirty landlord, aka a landlord.
Right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's
oh my god, it's an ethical react. We're doing an ethical react for Blair.
mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to Blueland.
She was getting a lot of sponsorships back in the day.
And .com/Illuminaughtii.
Go to blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products.
Wait, is that the one that gives you blue chews?
Blueland orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day, but I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships, so I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen?
Yo, it turns out that capitalism is a race to the bottom? You don't say.
Oh, it's money! This is a really
oh, it's capitalism!
Good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small team of editors, you could knock one of these out every few days. And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a...
She was trying to, yeah, create a YouTube cult of Illuminati? I mean, that's funny, right? Because her name's Illuminati. You know, it sounds like a weird Well, it's like a conspiracy theory. It's like, you know, alluding to a massively debunked conspiracy theory, but then she's like doing it for real. I have a blue lamp. Well, actually it's a circle lamp, but I haven't permanently turned. Wait, what does the blue lamp do? Welcome to chat, everybody. I'm glad that we're taking notes here. Welcome, Lynn. Welcome, Globbits. Good to have you on board for this journey into the depths of goop and the jade eggs.
Description makes it okay to have done this.
Okay, is it a good time to tell you about the story of Blair's The Biggest Poop? So what we're talking about is a video on Vimeo that I think was designed for her Patreon. So, right, this wasn't the content that she was putting out to be like, you know, love me, I'm going to tell you about my poop, right? This was like, you already love me, and now I'm going to tell you about my poop, so I become more relatable, because everybody has problems with poop, and, you know, it's a relatable thing. But it's just a story where, like, she was, I think she, you know, she went home, she brought a guy home with her, and went to the, like, this is kind of relatable, actually. I mean, this might be relatable. I'm not saying it's relatable to me, but it might be relatable to you. I don't know, chat. It seems like an experience that could happen, right? She brings somebody home, and, you know, the next day, she is just, like, feeling a massive amount of gastrointestinal distress, right? And of course, like, her, you know, the person that she brought home with her is using the toilet when she decides to go. So he like gets out of the toilet, he gets out of the bathroom, and she rushes in there. And apparently what she produces is so large that she has some real doubts that it's going to fit down the toilet, right? It's too big. It's a Lincoln log that's bigger than the hole in the toilet, right? Like, somebody came in and they replaced her toilet with a joke toilet that has a small hole that won't flush Lincoln logs down. It's only, you know, it'll only take care of, like, farts. So, you know, yeah, she, you know, does her business, and, you know, it's taken her kind of a while. And she gets this knock, 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 and the guy's there, and he's like, "Are you done yet? Because I need to go." And Blair is like, "It smells in here. I don't think I can flush this thing." And she comes out and talks this guy into, like, going to breakfast with her. So they go to breakfast, right? And she's thinking he's going to use the toilet there, like at the Denny's or whatever, the IHOP, whatever they went to for breakfast, right? He's going to use the toilet there. That solves my problem, right? Wrong. They get home, he still needs to use the toilet, and, like, she has, like, I think, like, lifted it out of the toilet with toilet paper and is trying to transplant it into the like trash bucket, and like, you know, just, it's making a mess. It's causing problems, right? And she finally gets it into the trash bucket, and she's like thinking, like, I don't know. So anyway, the point of the story is that, like, some guy that she slept with, like, encountered her bathroom mess and her bathroom smell, and that it was the story is called The Biggest Poop. So that's the kind of content that she was doing for her besties. It's a very shitty situation, yeah. And it was something that wasn't really supposed to be seen massively, but but regardless, right? It's like, it got dug up. It got dug right out of the trash can by the commentary community when the Illuminati scandal hit. My ears do not like the story. Well, that's a good thing, because it's over. It's over. That's the toilet story. Was the.
But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least.
That was the content that she did when she wasn't ripping off Reddit or ripping off Netflix or ripping off, you know, some documentary or whatever, right? That's what her original content was like.
shit.
That's what her story time was like.
When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check as a...
I thought she put it into the kitty litter box and he knew it was... No! Wait, was it his house? Did I misremember the story? And it was... Soul Life seems to think it was his house and there was a kitty litter box there and she put it in there thinking that she could blame the cat for it, but the cat had passed away, which is sad, but also... Look what you made NCC do, right? Now I've got my own poop story. No, it's not mine, it's Blair's. It's Blair's. Guys love big poops. She didn't know. She didn't realize that. They would have been impressed, yeah.
Adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something...
That's a better story with the cat box, yeah.
...feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her. Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair.
Wait, did this actually happen? Was this a real video? This is a real video.
I used this clip so
I thought he was joking.
I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of...
Wait, the cat died from the poop? Oh my god.
...taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing...
And it's not even the same torn paper effect. Yeah, torn paper, drop shadow on hers. His is not using drop shadow. And it's not even the same torn paper effect, right?
Quotes, and they both highlight text when they show documents.
Like, you can't copyright using like a pan left, pan right, crossfade, smooth transition, right? There's blur transition, right? There's a lot of real common transitions that literally everybody uses. Now, this is maybe a step above that, right? This is, in fact, not even as much of a transition as maybe like an effect, but it's just not something that you can patent, right? It's too common. It's used by so many people.
Legal Eagle is no longer the one good lib.
It's cut and dry.
Oh no, Lance caught us stray. Lance caught us. Yeah. So if you don't know, when this happened, some of the members of Leftist Mafia kind of wanted to, I don't know, defend Illuminati. And I'm sure they regret that decision now.
Really? There's just one small question left, and that is, what the hell are you talking about? This is one
You use the highlight of, oh yeah, the highlight effect too on screen.
of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the concept.
Well, I kind of know why Lance defended her. There's a tendency of people to make decisions based on who their friends are, right? And not like what's right and what's wrong. And I don't know, maybe I'm just too neurodivergent to have that kind of pattern. But one of the things that I was criticized for was that, like, the fact that I would have a critique for somebody like Dylan, who I'd been on stream with. He'd brought me on his panel before. You know, I'd brought him on my panel, right? We're ostensibly friends, right? You're not supposed to blow up your friends. But I mean, we talked about it in private. We didn't settle our differences in private. I still had a problem with how he was using his platform, giving a voice to transphobes, and in fact, letting them gish gallop tropes that could not possibly be pushed back on by the rest of the people on the panel. So, you know, like, I don't know what I was supposed to do besides try to work it out on stream. And I think maybe he took some of my, like, joking around, you know, bravado as being like real, you know, dunking on him or something like that, right? But like, yeah, you're expected to defend your friends or people that are perceived as your friends. Because really, honestly, like sometimes it feels like there are no friends when it comes to content creation. Now that's not exactly true. Obviously you can make friends with somebody behind the scenes, but a lot of the friends that you perceive as viewers are not actually friends behind the scenes. They are people who find it convenient to do content together, people who have an audience crossover or something like that, right? It's not what you think it is, basically. And Dylan and I were never good friends, so I didn't think that I really owed him anything, especially if he's going to do things that harm my community. But it's just not other people very much, half of the people defending Dylan were chasing his clout, were trying to get in his good graces. The other half were probably friends of the guy, and they didn't want to consider the possibility that he had done something wrong, especially something especially something that hurts the trans community. Because, obviously, and I said that myself, I didn't think he's transphobic. I thought he had like good, will for trans people. And you just don't want to think that kind of stuff about your friends. Like, in other words, Demon Mama was probably friends with Dylan. That's probably why she, jumped on the dog pile against me when I pointed that out about him. But yeah, I mean, this is something that goes on in content creation, right? And in terms of you're expected to defend, somebody that's perceived as your friend, even when that person has done something that's wrong. You're kind of expected to like not look into it and to just like sort of give like a knee-jerk reflexive response.
Of highlighting text. Tons of people use torn paper in their visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle has used these visuals for years, before Illuminaughtii has used them even. Who's ripping off who again? But in any case,
NCC did nothing wrong. We'll tell that to neurotypical people. I don't know. Like, it was like, the way that people talked about it, it was as if I'd like betrayed my bestie.
It's normal for editors to ask each other how they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like how they did that thing. This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. Nah. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Blair sees the world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives, because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works, just people competing to exploit each other's ideas.
Oh, and it's not really ripping somebody off if you get away with it. The sin, then, in that case, is not ripping people off, it's ripping people off and getting caught. This was the shit when I was saying when it went down. It feels so good to hear Hbomberguy laying it down.
Sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a completely ridiculous accusation.
It's so weird to me because, like, I don't have to be friends with somebody to, like, treat them with a certain degree of care. I don't naturally, think of my interactions with other content creators as being like 100% competitive. Like, I don't regard them as like the other team. Right? There's a fact that like some people, that people like different content creators, and they might like me one day, and then they might find another content creator they like better. On the converse, they might find like somebody else now, and then they find me. Right? There's audiences are fluid, and you gotta be okay with that, right? You can't take that kind of stuff personal.
This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive.
It's just weird because I've never really, I don't know, like I feel so naive sometimes, chat. Like I'm just not like this. Like and like, you know, Blair's an extreme example, right? Like Harris is saying, Blair is hyper competitive and you know, just, you know, willing to, you know, hurt other people if it benefits her, right? That's one. But in general, I don't know. I guess I don't get why the world is as competitive and like dog eat dog as it is. Even though most people aren't like Blair, there is still a certain level of you know, of like schmoozing, like, right? Like networking. That's the kind of stuff I've never understood. I've never gotten, right? If I'm talking to you, it's because I want to be talking to you. It's never because I am like thinking, well, talking to you could have some good benefits for me down the line. Let me like, you know, let me glaze your ego up and see if I can get you to, you know, like throw me some clout. I've never thought like that. It's just, it's weird. I don't like transactional. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Variant Sigma. The transactional nature of social interaction under capitalism is something that I have just never understood, and it definitely holds me back, right? And you know, when you get kind of bitten, when you get in a situation where somebody takes advantage of your nature like that, it makes it really hard to like work with other people, and that's kind of why I don't do that. Don't do that more often, right? After having people that you did think were your friends, you know, turn on you because it was beneficial, it's just like, okay, well, maybe there are no friends here. That's kind of what it starts to feel like, right?
Someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe. I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deere in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seemed to show that this made people rethink how they felt about the work of someone that—
Like, I literally cannot do that. I cannot turn my, like, you know, social interactions into transactional networking. I don't know how. I don't operate like that.
I previously respect.
He doesn't like picking fights with strangers? How very un-YouTube.
And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this, there's something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch. Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work and makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair understands. That's why she posted all of these tweets. Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel. Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings. He could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly—
Wait, Peter Attia? Interview with Peter, is this the nutritionist guy? Who's like on Rogan and stuff? Is that who we're talking about?
It's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't—
I mean, I say nutritionist. I mean nutritionist in the Jordan Peterson sense of the word. It's a very sort of meat-based diet that he seems to be recommending.
Credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about Wakefield recently, and they don't acknowledge that it was his work they were using. They pretend Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut Deer out of the story, and it doesn't even work. Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deer has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it. Deer actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Yeah. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and I hope I've explored that properly. I wish the story ended there so we could move on already. I had other examples I wanted to get to, I swear.
Wait, he was just wait, what is he now? What does Peter Attia do now? I only know him as the low-carb doctor guy.
But on the 28th of April, Blair released a video entitled Illuminaughtii Exposed, which contains an apology to Legal Eagle, a response to Hbomberguy's plagiarism claims.
Hbomberguy. It's actually Hbomberguy, right? Because HB is the symbol for Mercury.
And I guess a response to the 5 other things she's currently being accused of.
Wait, is that right? Am I remembering?
She seems great, and in the section intended for me, she responded to my tweet. So in the interest of fairness, let's see what she has to say.
Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word.
She begins by citing the many dictionary definitions of plagiarism, which is
HG.
Very funny.
Jesus
On
Christ.
screen are definitions
HB.
for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford.
But then, she disregards all of them anyway and invents her own.
Peter Attia is a doctor, a surgeon, his undergraduate degree from Queen's College in Canada, mechanical.
Own special definition with a loophole in it.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
The actual definition, you know...
Wait, you know what's funny to me, okay, is that, like, the notorious Illuminati exposed video that we're watching, right, that Hbomberguy is showing us, like, that's where this is from, is the Illuminati exposed, right? Because everybody was making videos called Illuminati exposed, so she thought she'd, like, sort of tap into the algorithm, get some attention from the people that were... you know, lighting her up and try to explain her side of the story in it. That might be the most original content that she's ever made on her channel. HG, hydrargyrum? Yeah, like silver water or quicksilver. He's a doctor that works. Yeah, it's. I don't know about the longevity though. Like I gotta X to doubt on the low carb diets with some of their claims. But
the thing that is wrong, passing off other people's work or ideas as your own, has had this new thing grafted onto it to do with crediting of sources. The other definitions do bring up not crediting people as part of it, but Blair has made it central to her definition. Remember what I said about plausible deniability? This is Blair trying to cash that in. She objectively has passed off the work of Brian Deer, the Fire Festival documentarians, and countless others as her own, up to and including reading out entire paragraphs from articles without even telling you she was quoting anything. But in this new definition, as long as you hide a link in a document no one will read, or mention once you used it as a source,
Wait, she attacked Hbomberguy back in this video?
Magically becomes not plagiarism anymore. She then gives the defense that she did cite Deer in that paste bin of hers. But her video demonstrating this actually shows why this is a cheap trick.
When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
Illuminauti's paste bin full of disorganized links is embarrassing to watch her scroll through. I assume she was trying to show how easy it is to find.
Isn't Pastebin, like the people that have sent me Pastebin stuff before, it always seems to be programmers. Is it sort of associated with, yeah, because it's got like lines, right? It's got like numbers next to the lines. Is it sort of like a programming thing? Or is it like a site that was mainly used by people sharing code?
The documentary in her list, But then she couldn't find it. She cited it as a contextless YouTube link, so she has to have text appear on the screen saying which of these sources was the documentary. What really surprises me about the response is how deliberately manipulative it is. She makes a big show of how thorough she's being in her response.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table.
She shows my tweets about the situation, obviously, and she reads them all out, which makes sense. She's used to reading people's words for a long time. But she doesn't.
It's the one thing that I suck at. I feel like when I'm trying to read, even chat, like I always like mess up what you're saying.
Doesn't show the video she's actually responding to.
Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminaughtii, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly."
So that's why Hbomberguy responded, right? He noticed this bit of plagiarism probably 2 or 3 years. Yeah, it would have been like 2 or 3 years before the controversy with Legal Eagle happened. He was sitting on it. He wasn't going to say anything. And then he sees like her calling out Legal Eagle as a plagiarist on something that obviously is not plagiarism. And that's where this tweet, that's why this tweet is so destructive.
Into your script. End quote.
After slowly and painfully reading out the entire surrounding context, why doesn't she show any of the video? Well, because it would make her look really fucking bad. If she showed the video directly comparing her with Dia, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. It's obvious what she did was wrong. Instead, she shows this.
So she shows the tweet. She doesn't show, like, the tweet contained her video chopped up with Deer's video.
This one screenshot, which just happens to be the part where she's technically quoting something on the screen. And then she gives the defense that,
oh God, this is the thing though. This kind of stuff works online, right? And this is the problem, especially on Twitter, right? With that medium, sometimes it's hard to correct disinformation, especially when the disinformation is shorter and pithier and more to the point, and the actual truth requires some level of knowledge, some level of background, some level of explanation, right? That's it. People get away with so much bullshit, right? Like if you can show yourself, quoting in this case, the lawsuit, then you can kind of pour cold water on the allegation that you're plagiarizing.
Look, you can see I was quoting it.
However, in his own video, he shows where I'm audibly quoting a direct line from the documentary, and even visually you can see it.
Technically, you're quoting a line that the documentary quoted from a lawsuit, right? What the hell who does she think she's fooling? I mean, I guess she could have, like, people do get away with this stuff. I've seen it so much. Right? Like, Vosh's like career is like littered with this kind of the fucking bogus shit that he slides by on. It's enough to make one sick, but nonetheless, right? It's yeah, that's not a quote from, you're not quoting the video at all. You're not acknowledging the video at all. You are sharing a quote that the video also shared. And
on the screen with the quotation marks.
A direct line from the documentary. The video says it's from a lawsuit with the FDA.
On Twitter, claiming to have a receipt is treated as being more true than a detailed explanation. Yeah, people want to see, just the presence of a receipt is taken as a verification of whatever you're claiming. Nobody ever matches up the claims to the receipts to see if does the receipt actually show what you're claiming it shows.
To admit, this is some pretty clever sleight of hand. She's showing specifically the one section where she
Also, Twitch viewers, I am so sorry. I let you slide into yet another ad break without even letting you know that you don't necessarily have to see those ads, right? If you like the ads, if you enjoyed the ads, just keep on going as you're going. But if you don't like the ads and you want to get away from the ads and you want to no longer see those ads, you can do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub, right? You can also pay to get a sub for yourself. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky, you might even be gifted one of those subs. Again, the leaderboard is completely clear now, so whoever starts doing gift subs is going to be number one with a bullet on that leaderboard. But it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. That way people can see the fact that you don't have a little Persona 2 icon, a little video game face by your name, and they'll be more likely to choose you.
Technically is.
They'll be like, Pikachu, I choose you, and you'll be like, oh.
Quoting something.
At the time of
you'll be like,
recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary.
You know she's pretending to quote a lawsuit while actually reading someone else's words, but the audience watching doesn't. Her official response on YouTube has way more views than the Twitter video she's responding to here. More people have seen a manipulatively framed single image from the video than the video itself. I got some replies from people.
Oh yeah, and also Harris, I don't know if you know this, right? But the views that Elon shows you as views for your video are not real, right? They're counting people that scroll past. If they, take a little too long to scroll, they'll count as a view, right? So they're giving you credit for views you don't even have. So the ratio of the views on Illuminati's video, I mean, the same is kind of true for YouTube. Not everybody watches every video, but somebody like Illuminati and her team, their editing process, their writing process, everything about what they do is geared towards retention, is geared toward making sure that the person that starts viewing that watches the first 30 seconds is still watching 30 minutes into it, right? That's how she, I mean, she used to really get some views back in the day. She used to, she had a few videos that crossed 1 million, 2 million views, so.
People who had clearly just seen her video and not seen mine, trying to defend her on the basis that she did put it in quotes, she just didn't cite the source correctly, and you can find it in the description. Some poor Illuminati fans out there think I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume, in good faith, that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell them an obvious lie. Sadly, Illuminaughtii isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent.
I gotta ask something, and I'm not trying to be mean here, but are there Illuminati fans? Do they exist?
Tip of
at this point?
The iceberg of content mill video essay garbage. If you want to see these extremely poor practices in action, you need only watch the videos about Illuminaughtii. You know, drama YouTube. The worst part
nice himbo slice
of YouTube.
Koba says point of view, showing a picture of a man with a hatchet who I assume is Hbomberguy.
Oh, it's Bobby! It's Bobby, chat! It's Bobby! Yo, wait, I gotta see if I can find this. Do you know Bobby? Boblax? Alright, you might have heard this.
Because he's talking about fucking donkey! Video game donkey! And if you're not familiar with this content, pretty much 7. Stop being so disingenuous!
This idle animation.
Stop laughing at Sonic! Stop laughing at Sonic! Stop laughing at Sonic! Stop laughing at Sonic! Stop laughing at Sonic!
He's just a big, he really likes Sonic, and he doesn't appreciate it when other people laugh at Sonic. So that's Boblax, right? That's this channel.
But I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Drama YouTube is its own.
He basically, you know how we were talking about like Sad Milk and Illuminati doing content that's basically like reading and reacting and adding to Reddit post? That's what Bobby does. That's what Boblax does, but with Twitter, right? It's just, and honestly, I don't hate him for it. I think he provides a service, and regardless of how you feel about like a certain controversy, if you want, it's generally pretty good for just like a summary of like what people wrote on Twitter, because a lot of people don't like Twitter. If you're one of those people, Bobby does provide that service for you. So, as much as I'm teasing him about the stop laughing at Sonic, and, if we talked, we probably would not agree on much. He has his, he has his purpose for existing, so.
Sub-ecosystem of content mills, grinding out infinite buckets of slop about what
you couldn't see any of those. Well, his face isn't on those, right? So I just didn't think it was worth it to, what I'm really trying to get at is the sound of him, being angry about And to be fair, like, I don't think he was really that angry. I think he was kind of kidding. He wasn't really, like, mad at the person for laughing at Sonic.
Whatever's happening in that moment.
So I'm not gonna milk this anymore after this video, okay?
These people are
oh god, CB2. Yeah, okay, so he knows the like drama community and commentary community. Is there really any like differentiation at this point? There is definitely a massive overlap between these two communities. Is there a way to it is like kind of the same community, isn't it? Am I wrong? Is there something in specific that makes a drama YouTuber different than a commentary YouTuber? Or are we just talking about the same people and using different names?
So busy making the videos, they don't even have time to find out what Blair did. They're finding the most popular tweets on the topic and hitting the record button.
Not enough that they steal ideas. They have to go out of their way to slander others'
There's Bobby.
work for having the most banal similarities.
Sorry for anybody that is lurking and not watching currently. The reason I went quiet for a while is that Bobby just pronounced the word banal as banal, which is actually how I think I pronounced it. Like when I think I've said called stuff banal before. It's technically banal, but like it does add some spice to whatever you're saying to call it banal. Not to be banal about it, but I see commentary and drama as at least slightly different. I think the commentary channels at least provide some, well, you know, commentary and drama. Drama's just there to feed, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, banal? And in their
banal?
Most evolved form.
You see, Batman, there's another hole that you can use. One hole that you may not be aware of, Batman.
Sorry?
They're not even doing that. They're watching other drama videos.
Look, even Haas knows that there's at least 2 holes, right?
And making their own version. I've seen the compilation I made of Blair copying Dia in like 40 different places at this point. But what's really amazing about it is that it's now crossed the drama.
Yo, are you gonna show me? I think I probably have a video with that footage. I probably do.
Mill event horizon. So instead of being credited,
nobody saw. I'm sure there's no way that
to me, it's credited to the other
CB2.
Drama YouTubers. The current
God damn it, CB2 is not even that much bigger than me.
Drama YouTuber got it from. In this instance, the previous drama YouTuber's name isn't even spelled right. That's the level of research we're dealing with here. I don't really care about getting credit for a video I made in 5 seconds. The point I was trying to make was that Dia is the guy who deserves the credit. But there's still an irony to it. I was
commentary comments on drama, so then what does drama do?
Trying to make a point about the...
Wait, is drama... So if I'm a drama YouTuber, I'd be somebody that would be like, let me have like, you know, somebody on my channel, you know, and I have them on my channel and talk to them and I'm like, all right, great. And then I figure out some reason to be like, to call them out. Is that like the idea? This is a bonus hole. Yeah, one of them at least. Commentary citations are broken AF. I'm a drama viewer. So Autumn Leafs, maybe you can help us, right? You'd be fighting. Okay, that's what I'd be doing. So I'd be talking to Nikocado Avocado. I'd be talking to Trish Paytas. It's like that kind of, that's what it is. So literally you are trying to have a fight, right? I'd categorize drama channels as or categorize drama channels as, or commentary channels as summarizing the drama. Vanguard's over here. Oh yeah, that's right. Welcome to the stream, Vanguard viewers.
Importance of crediting people correctly.
Good to have you over here.
Exactly. And now my Twitter video has human
and for once, I'm covering not the same thing as the Vanguard. So lucky you, you're gonna get to see something new now.
Centipeded its way out of the annals of drama.
It does seem like we you know, and you know, it's usually coincidental that we're covering the same, or not just coincidental. I feel like in some ways we kind of have the same focus.
YouTubers into the mouths of second-order drama YouTubers who don't even know where
it's only occasionally that I will see them cover something that I'm not covering and realize that I need to cover it too, but usually that's like the next day.
It's from, but a
drama alert. So Keemstar is the quintessential drama channel. Not only does he cover drama, he instigates. He really does. Trish is quite feisty and quite racist as well. This is one of the best one of the best sentences in Hbomber's video. Okay, I should let it play.
ready to reheat and serve it. This is the lowest effort.
Yo, that is funny, Bolax. Bolax, really? Yo, Bolax seems like something that you'd use for anal... I almost executed the joke correctly. See, Demon Mama, I feel Demon Mama over my shoulder saying, and another thing, you suck at humor. You tried to use my own jokes to dunk on me, but you couldn't even pull off the joke right. Oh, I'm sorry, Demon Mama. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Anyway, Bolax sounds like something you would use to deal with a banal blockage, was what I was trying to say. Oh, it would have been so funny if I'd pulled it off, right?
Shit you can imagine. They
The anality of evil. Yeah, exactly.
can't even spell plagiarist right. Information itself deteriorates in the process of producing industrial quantities of content.
What Demon Mama doesn't seem to grasp, right? That sometimes fumbling a joke can be a joke in and of itself. If you're actually good at comedy, which she's not.
Mask has fallen and the gears of the mill spin naked before us as they wheel and crunch, all meaning to dust and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Go to audible.com/.
Speaking of which, today's video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
Repent, Harlequin.
Just kidding.
To enter a coma and escape the—
Yo, he has such a better light than me. Oh my god, chat, that's what a professional look at. It's metal. It's not plastic like mine. Oh my god, that's what real video equipment looks like? Holy shit.
It's madness. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to reply, Blair. I disagree. I don't think your new special definition of plagiarism with a loophole in it is plagiarism. I think plagiarism is plagiarism and you are a plagiarist. But thank you for taking the time to respond. And good luck with all that other stuff. We should probably move on. Let's talk about some good videos. Remember my video about the Roblox oof?
Yeah, you're right, Drew Chains. We gotta get that VPN money rolling in.
That one did pretty well, didn't it? There's a bunch—
It actually did. Do you know what this was about? It's like a sound asset that I guess got used in Roblox. A sound asset that like really... Like, does anybody remember this video? I covered this. I think I watched the whole video too. It was a much shorter video than this, but still took forever to get through. And we got to find out where that video asset came. Yeah, wait, no. Was it, they used it in Roblox. It's the Roblox ouch sound. So, you know, like in Minecraft, if you get hit, it's like, oof, or something like that. Does Alex make a different sound than Steve? I don't know. It's the Steve sound. Steve getting hurt is like, oof, or something like that, right? But in Roblox, it's a different oof. And somebody tried to claim that as their intellectual property, right? And it turns out it actually wasn't. I don't think it was the Roblox person's. They used it in Roblox and pulling the thread led. Yeah. He found out where the actual sound was from, and it was like an album or something. Wasn't it like an album from like the 90s or something like that? Right. So the person claiming you know, their IP was violated or something by that was just completely full of shit. They had stolen the sound, and you know, it led to an idea of like what really is like plagiarism and what is, like, for instance, chat. What if I got sued every time? Like every time I used like I got a email from Tim Allen's people. Every time I used, I got PewDiePie's people in my inbox. Right? Every time I said fucking pronouns, I got Heel Babyface. Heel Babyface's lawyers wrote me. Or every time I was like, I did everything right and they indicted me. Donald Trump's people came at me. And every time I said Weasel, absolutely nothing happened because that was mine. I invented Weasel. And then every time I went like, Geordie LaForge showed up to let me know I'd done wrong. Which Fear Factory? Oh, it was Fear Factory? Really? Oh no, did I make another clip? See, lately my clips are coming from me screwing up jokes and stuff like that. Should we watch this? Shall we? Shall we? Oh my god. No, I can't. I'm so incompetent here. I can't even copy a link. Oh my god, it's so difficult. It's so very difficult. But yeah, I mean, like, there's some of the stuff is just kind of like it's somewhat taken for granted that like it becomes the intellectual property of all. Executed the joke correctly. Yo, that is funny. Bolax. Bolax, really? Yo, Bolax seems like something that you'd use for anal. I almost executed the joke correctly. Yo, that is funny. Bolax. Bolax, really? Yo, Bolax seems like something that you'd use for anal. The sad thing is, it does sound like something you'd use for anal, but anyway, that never.
Of stuff I needed to do for a follow-up video, but then I got distracted by this. But I'll do that eventually. But I'm really happy with the reaction to it. A lot of people I deeply respect seem to enjoy it, and it was even Jack's Film's third favourite video of 2022, which for me is an incredibly high honour, far higher than all the real awards I didn't win. His second favourite video was Man in Cave by someone called Internet Historian, and that thing got like 10 million views, so I'm not surprised. Personally, I'm not a big Internet Historian fan. Years ago I saw a video of his about DashCon, a failed Tumblr convention, and it was really just a bunch.
Big Red did not attend DashCon. Okay. Big Red did nothing wrong. Even if you're one of those people that is like, hey, you know, like being soy about things, being triggered about things, that's really Big Red did not do any of that stuff. Big Red, you know, happily debated a bunch of MRAs about feminism. That's all that Big Red ever did. Anyway.
Of jokes about SJWs and how bad Tumblr is, and it was really disappointing. You know, he had the opportunity to talk about a really interesting moment in history, and he just used it to post cringe. But that video was eons ago, and I mean, it's
the kind of thing where in the pursuit of calling out cringe, you end up posting cringe yourself. That's what a lot of the anti-SJW channels are guilty of.
I don't like to judge people by super old stuff they made, and a lot of people I really respect seem to like him, so I'm sure he's way better now. Anyway, let's finally watch Man in Cave and see what the hype is all about. No, I mean it.
What?
Pull up your phone, open up Man in Cave, and let's watch it together.
Oh, I thought you were going to watch it with us. I thought you were going to do a little react content.
No, just type Man in Cave. It's the top one. It's got 10 million views. Oh, you can't find it? It's not there?
What?
As of present recording, Man in Cave mysteriously...
July 15th. Oh my god. Look, I gotta hand it to him. He does put a lot into these videos. He recorded this back in July. He's been editing, like, at least it's gotta be, like, since August, right? August, September, November, 3 months. 3 months this thing has been in the can. Damn. You gotta respect this guy and how much effort he puts in. No wonder he feels burned by, you know, React content and plagiarized content and all the rest.
He disappeared months ago and has yet to reappear. What happened to Man in Cave?
What? Oh. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this gonna be? Did he do plagiarism? Look, we're supposed to be done with Hbomber's video right now, okay? Hbomb is legend. July 2023, the month that will live in... Oh, it's the month that the TYT mods quit. Yeah, I forgot. God, that was a while ago. He is not kidding me. So yeah, internet historian, right? Very, that's why he was trending. Okay, yeah. So, what's funny though, is that like on my Twitter, at least... On my Twitter, which you can have a chance. I forgot to do this for you, right? But if you want to pop up on my Twitter right now, like or retweet or even leave a comment like Buffy did. Yeah, like on my trending, right, I saw oh yeah, I still see Internet Historian, I saw Hbomb trending, and I saw James Somerton, and these are other people that he called out for plagiarism. What's funny though is Illuminati did not trend, so either she's just not that interesting anymore, not that relevant anymore, or I don't know. She does seem like more relevant than usual though, given the fact that let's see. Let's take a look, just a little bit of a look at this live stream from Oz Media.
Okay. There we go. That should be going. I gotta be.
Can you hear Oz? Okay.
Set up real quick. All right. Control room. Gotta get that chat window. Control C. Howdy, Dutch van der Linde. I hope I pronounced that right. How you doing there? Welcome to being the first member of the chat. All right, and oh god, and things are just absolutely taking off. There we go. We're gonna drag that down so that way we don't have to worry about that. And then restore chat. I need to put in a quick pin. Hopefully I'm fast enough. Give me a second. I also need to...
Oh my god, unfortunately still using Streamlabs, but then again, here I am using Stream Elements, right? They're both bad now. Okay, there's no like...
restrict a few things. Alright, because chat's gonna move way too fast.
God, I was hoping they'd show the most viewed...
Alright, slow mode, 5 seconds, save, and control paste.
Because the other option is to look to try to get this from commentary channels, and I really don't want to do that.
Oh, it's moving too fast. Okay,
Okay, so there's a live stream. I'm guessing maybe he...
Well, shit. I'm
Okay,
gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna quit just so I don't have to deal with the crushing defeat that I just had to face.
Playing, what is...
Well, we're about to get a donation that's like, congrats on 10K.
Okay, so look at this. 3 hours in, and he's already got 30K. Right? So he wasn't sure that he'd get 10K. That was his initial... Look at this. Initial ask is 10K to just be able to pay a fee to push back the foreclosure, right? That would have been what $10,000 would have gotten. And right here at 2.5 hours in, he's already more than 31K up. We'll see if we can find the moment where the big, where
Thank you to all of you, by the way.
The storm that is approaching has stolen their parents' credit card for $3. Here you are in this big man, I wish you the best, dude.
I'm trying to see where the 10,000 line gets crossed. There's 3,000. There's 5,000.
Strom has stolen their parents' credit card for $5.
You see?
Thank you for making the most entertaining videos you can find.
20 minutes in.
It would take, if I was lucky, like 5 streams to hit where we're at right now.
Lucia has stolen their parents' credit card for $5. I hope things get
Oh,
better
Illuminati
soon.
got kicked off the
FYI,
leftist
your hair
mafia,
looks
yeah.
incredible.
So if you can see up here, there's the goal right there, and he's almost at $10,000 here. You can see how much it means to him, right? Because he's literally facing, like, you know, not having a place to stay. There it is. Cross the line. 10K. And like he had planned to stream for 24 hours, right? He had all these plans, like how he's going to stay awake. He had some kind of a like I think it was like an electrolysis kit or something. You know what electrolysis is? Some of you I know what electrolysis is. It's a very painful process of you know, using electricity with needles that you know that you basically follow a hair down the hair follicle. And then you zap it at the root with electricity, right? It hurts a lot, and it's a way of you know, permanently getting rid of hair. And he had one of these things. He was ready to do this to himself in order to stay awake for 24 hours, which is what he thought it would take to get to 10K. But as you can see,
stolen their parents' credit card for $5.
okay, they've got the chair.
You didn't deserve what you're going through right now. Blair is a soulless monster for doing this to you and
4 hours to be able to hit my goal. Like, I even have... I had fun. But
you have stolen their parents' credit card for $10.
So here's the thing. I was fully prepared to be streaming for 24 hours to be able to hit my goal. Like, I even have, like, my ADHD medication here to keep me pumping for when I start to fall asleep. Hell, this right here is an electric tweezer. I was literally going to, like, tweeze my legs with an electric tweezer to cause pain to give myself the adrenaline to keep myself awake for a 24-hour stream in hopes of maybe hitting, like, $5,000. And we're at 30.
Stolen their parents' credit card for $20.
We're at fucking 30. Like, I was ready to go through some very, like, torturous ways of keeping myself awake. So that way I could hit a fraction of what you guys have been generous enough to help me with.
Smiles.
Somebody in chat, a super chat says, you should go to your room. Our work here is done, right? So in other words, what they're saying to him is that, like, you know, he's living in this nice big house, right? That you know, Blair, you know, convinced him to buy, I guess, you know, had loaned, you know, put in some money. And therefore, when they broke up, you know, he's living there, but Blair, you know, kind of controls the house and is able to foreclose on him, right? And he's been sleeping in this big house that he knows any day, right? I can... it kind of resonates with me, chat. You know, when you get into a nice place, like I feel like I'm staying in a nice place. I feel like I am in the nicest place that I have been, you know, since all the ridiculous shit that happened to me during the pandemic, right? And looking around and knowing that if you're not able to make enough money, that you will be unable to stay there, and there's going to be, like, you know, where do you put your, like, I don't know. It's like, so, you know, but at this point he's gotten you know, 30,000 donated to him, and he knows he's going to be okay. And the chat's like reminding him, this is your room now, right? You are not in danger of being kicked out. You can sleep soundly. And you know, when he goes to bed after the stream, it's what he's saying, it's like his first good night's sleep in so long. So it's inspiring, and I'm glad that he's doing okay. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. Who was upset? Oh my god, okay, so if I didn't do a good enough job explaining either that, or we just got some new people in the chat. Hi, and welcome if you're new to the chat. This is Oz Media, this is Illuminati's ex, was talked into, you know, signing the paperwork to buy a house with Blair, or to buy a house with Illuminati that was a custom built, you know, house, really expensive. He's like 20 years old at the time. He's, you know, making YouTube money, which is to say not a lot of money. And after they break up, right, without Blair there to pay for anything, and Blair actually like kind of owning the place, Blair being the one who's going to make the decisions on like foreclosure and such, right? He's you know, kind of in a bad way, right? You know, he's staying in a nice house, but it's not really his. All the furniture is gone. all the furniture was hers. And, you know, he's looking at possibly getting kicked out in December, right? So he does this live stream in order to try to get the $10,000 that he needs to at least push back the eviction that he would be facing. It's not technically an eviction, but you know what I mean? The foreclosure that he would be facing otherwise, right? And people are extremely generous. And instead of, you know, just getting 10,000 that he needs to be, you know, okay for another day, he's getting 30,000. So, right, this is somebody going during this live stream, going from looking at their financial future as being a scary thing, not knowing if they're going to have a house, to knowing that they can afford to keep going. They can afford to keep their house, and, you know, that they're going to be able to keep producing content. So pretty cool, and pretty glad that he is. I'm just glad that he's okay, right? Because, you know, it's scary. It's really scary. It's really scary to not know where your rent is gonna come from for the next month, and it's a feeling I know all too well. So yeah, we're really happy for Oz Media there. I'm glad that part of this whole equation worked out okay. Should we do Jordan Peterson next? What do you think, chat? Jordan Peterson? You wanted to see my reaction to the Hbomberguy twist? I mean, do you think can we watch that quickly? Yeah, thankfully, Hbomberguy's
Lies
left
about
us.
what happened. When the plagiarism allegations came up on the
Hbomberguy's left us with all these convenient little chapters. So we got the cave story. The cave story is a video by the internet historian, not the internet anarchist. The avatar is like an old dude's face, like giving a weird smile. Old dude with a beard, kind of. I'm sure most people know about the internet historian, right? Did this video called Cave Story, extremely successful, highly watched, no longer available, and it seems like maybe because of plagiarism. So we're talking in this video by Hbomberguy, we're talking about plagiarism and YouTube. That's the joke. So somebody wanted me to react to the twist you expect.
James Summerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay.
Cool.
Is that how you wear a turtleneck? Am I missing something? I feel like my turtleneck, like when I've worn a turtleneck before, not to say that I'm pretentious, chat, but I feel like dealing with my gender identity was very difficult for me in high school, and I definitely tried a lot of different styles of dress and you know, presenting myself to make me feel less self-conscious and less dysphoric, right? Trying to maybe adopt a more I don't know, trying to, you know, be more androgynous at the time, right? But I feel like that's not how you wear a turtleneck. Am I wrong? There's a mock turtleneck. Okay, so maybe I was wearing a mock turtleneck. If you want to fold the neck but back onto itself. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. Sounds like I'm listening. Wait, he sounds like Pac-Man? He seems high? Oh, the turtleneck seems high. Yeah. That's more of a sawed-off hoodie than a turtleneck. Yeah, it just doesn't look like anything that I would have. Dr. Peterson! Dr. Peterson, thank you so much. It's good to hear from you again. I'm glad we're going to be watching your video with Daniel Rife today, so I'm glad you're here for this, right? People wanted me to check out the twist you expect. Is that what people meant? Is this what people want me to watch? When you said you got to watch the twist? Oh, does Pac-Man do turtlenecks? He's just not wearing it correctly. Okay, well, I'm always freaking out about something that's very very shallow, but not as shallow as the ads you'll see during the ad break for Twitch if you're on Twitch, right? You may have just seen one because I missed yet another ad break without letting you know how you can avoid seeing those ads. Some of you might want to see those ads. Some of you might love to see those ads, right? Some of you relish that ad break when it comes up every 30 minutes. Some of you, though, not so much. And if you're in that camp, right, there is another way. There is another way. You can use a Twitch Prime to take money from a big evil corporation and give it to me and advance our sub goals and actually let us see that video that's on the other side of the sort of the fun half of our show. Like, it's a possibility, right? It does a lot of good things. And the most immediate thing is it gets you out of that ad break, which you might be suffering through right now. You can also get out of that ad break by, you can buy yourself a sub. It is $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you're lucky, you might actually get a gift sub. It can happen. It does happen. There are some very generous people out there, believe it or not. But it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat and people can actually see that you're needing a sub. Then they'll see that by the fact that you don't have a little face icon next to your name. So that is the ad read that I'm supposed to be giving to you every half hour now as Twitch commands it, and I keep on forgetting. But there it is for the last hour, I guess. So this is the twist that we expected. Is this what chat wants me to see? Is this the Bezos? Oh, my, Bezos Bozo. Okay, I didn't even see that. Yeah, there is a Subway here. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, you can buy yourself a sub at various restaurants. Might be able to even find a better one than Subway. I don't know. The good doctor is here with us today, right? So this is what people wanted me to watch, right? This was you are supposed to defeat the Dragon of Chaos, not wait, am I worshiping it too much? What is the Dragon of Chaos, by the way? Is it like just another name for the like Freudian conception of the phallus?
In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video essays became a popular format, he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go?
Oh my god!
What happened there?
Okay, so what's that showing, right? Negative 1 million views, right? So what this is a this is the views that a channel is getting, in this case James Somerton's channel, in different times, right? So it's just a line graph of how many views that they're getting, right? And when you see this, when you see it go negative, that is almost all, in fact, I think always, yeah, the only way you can get negative views is to delete a video. So that represents the deletion of a video.
Somerton is doing great by the standards of queer YouTube in terms of views, ad revenue, sponsorships, Patreon income, and donations on his live streams. The man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time.
Don't I know it?
In many ways, James Somerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, but whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests. It was a big hit. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up, and Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept the money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob...
Look, I mean, it's not just sloppy, it's dangerous. That guy just made a claim about a mega corporation with a huge legal team. The only thing that would have been more dangerous is if you had blamed Nintendo for the funds for Gay Night, for the charity drying up, right? You definitely don't want to blame Mario.
Iger expanded gay nights into full gay day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year gay night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family-friendly affair.
Now, obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over. Gay Days is actually a completely separate event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney. Also, it started
Wait, that's the thing where you wear, like, red to signify that you're gay on that, is that right?
Before Gay Night, and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays the work that people put into organizing stuff like Gay Days.
Wait, is he giving Disney the credit or is he giving Disney the blame? I'm not sure. Maybe I misunderstood that. Oh, Jordan, you found me through your newly single daughter. Interesting. Michaela's always been a big fan.
It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night happened this year, 3 years.
She always has me over for dinner, but the problem is I can't, like, eat anything because it's all meat. And then I have her over for dinner and she can't eat anything because it's all vegetables.
After he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Summerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and there's a law on the books preventing showing homosexuality that early.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an early...
You know, yeah, like, as far as James Summerton, like, he does show up in my recommendations. He shows up a lot, actually, in my recommendations. I might have watched 1 or 2 videos, but I don't remember him. So I must not have gotten very far in any of those videos. I mean, they seemed like interesting videos.
Your time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the...
Oh, is this why you wanted me to watch this part? Because of the Yuri on Ice? I've seen... Wait, okay, so can somebody help me here? It's too early for this much gay, right? For Yuri on Ice. Yuri on Ice is a series that I watched a long time ago. Didn't think I was going to like, because I don't like sports animes usually, but actually really, really did like, and I thought was incredibly cute. And I assumed that the next season was coming out like within a year, and it never did. Has it ever come out? Have we only had one series, one season of Yuri on Ice? Anyway,
creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Summerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't...
I'm just realizing, chat, that we're actually over time for today, right? Normally it's a 3-hour stream unless we hit the sub goals. It doesn't look like that's going to happen today. So I don't want to like short you on content though. So let's get to JP, Jordan, Peterson, and Matt Rife. Because this one goes hard. Oh my god, I almost clicked on my own video. I almost got the infinite regress.
For you, you are so more than welcome to turn off the TV right now.
God,
it's a modern twist on an old joke, you know what I mean? It was a real circumstance that happened, and
it's a modern twist on an old joke. You know what the joke we're talking about? Is like a woman with a black eye. The joke is should have cooked better. Do you get it? Do you get it, Jet? Because the joke is literally DV.
Exaggerated instance that really happened, and I went, you know, this is a classic.
Oh my god! Wow. Who do I have to thank for that? Wow. Oh my god. So many wows. Soul Life, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Is Matt here to cry about a shit? He's here to cry about getting canceled, right? This guy, it was a comedian who had a very interesting audience for a comedian, in that there were a lot of women in his audience, right? And he made that joke, and people didn't like it. People didn't like his joke. Yeah, Soul Life, I appreciate that a lot. I'm sorry that you're you're carrying so much of the burden of hitting the sub goals. Captain America got a gift membership. Wow, we got Cap is here. Zishan got a gift membership. Hasan, whose name I'm no doubt mispronouncing, you were given a gift membership by Soul Life as well. Mr. Garrick? I don't know if it's Garrick or Garrick, but regardless, you got a gift membership, and so as did Angelique. Soul Life Army, I know. Thank you so much. Yeah, as always, make sure to take care of yourself first, right? I just don't want people feeling, like a burden or that, always like, make sure that you're,
joke. Why not give my own personal modern twist on it and move on? The joke's like a minute and 30 seconds.
And if you don't have any, if you don't have the resources to be able to, contribute to the sub goals, you can always hit the like button. That helps me out immeasurably. Yeah, innumerably and well, it is numerably. I guess you can number the number of likes, right? But it's immeasurable. Even though it's numerable, it's quite immeasurable. I can't measure the degree to which each like helps me, because it's more than you think. It's always more than you think.
People were like, all he did
Soul Life made it rain
was bash women. And I purposely did it first in the show to go, hey, just so you know, this is the kind of humor I like to tell. And if it's not for you, you are so more than welcome to turn off the TV right now.
Oh my God, Soul Life says, don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging, chat. Yeah, this is his intro. And this is what his viewers are getting from him. What value does Jordan B. Peterson bring his viewers? It's the value of feeling like you have engaged in an intellectual exercise without the mental strain of having actually engaged in anything intellectual, right? He sells the sizzle. He does not sell the steak, although he does eat the steak, and only the steak, because if he has an apple cider, we don't know what'll happen to his health. It'll probably be bad though, right? So you can't have the apple cider. He's got to have the steak. He eats the steak. You get the sizzle, and by the sizzle, I mean like the optics of feeling like you are somehow an intellectual. These are his audience are the kind of people that did not get this stuff in freshman year of college, which is generally where you get this kind of stuff, right? And I'm talking about old Jordan Peterson. I'm talking about like Maps of Meaning Jordan Peterson, which is largely just going off about Jung. Now, Jung is not a terribly serious, not taken seriously as a psychological theorist, right? There's not a lot of Jungian analysts. There's not a lot of Jungian therapists out there, but he is influential in the field of psychology, and he's influential maybe even more so in the field of literature. That's why I say, freshman English is where you should have gotten most of the stuff that you're hearing about in Jordan Peterson. However, these people have never heard of Joseph Campbell. These people have never heard of Carl Jung, and Jordan Peterson gives it to them, and they feel like, oh my God, I'm really smart now. I'm watching this stuff. He's using big words. He's talking like an intellectual. And I feel like a little bit of an intellectual myself. It's sad though, because the blue-haired teaching assistant from your freshman English course, if you had listened to her, this is what she was talking about, right? but you knew you could graduate, you could get a C in that class and go on to your business major and never really have to deal with this stuff anymore. You didn't want to know what that blue hair TA was saying, because she looks like a liberal, and so it must not have been worthwhile. So instead you got Dr. Peterson to give you not anything really intellectual, not anything really challenging, not anything that's really gonna change your life the way that people seem to want it to. But you at least have the sizzle, even if you don't get the steak. Because remember, he's eating the steak. And by the steak, I mean your money. Because you built his empire. You built his entire reason for being. Or raison d'etre, as he would probably say and mispronounce. I don't take life advice from a guy who went into a medically induced coma in Russia to beat addiction. God, I mean, I don't even know about that Russian stuff as well. Also, Monope, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Reptar was gifted a membership by Monope. Okay Olek was gifted a membership by Monope. And Volgar, not Vulgar, but Volgar, as well as Mixolydian, which is one of my favorite modes. Wait, is it my favorite mode? Can somebody remind me, like, where does Mixolydian, is that like, does that start on, is it G? Like, Phrygian starts on E, right? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's on G. It starts on G. Yeah. I love that mode. I love that mode, right? It's like, it's really similar to Dorian. Like, right, it only, let's see, where do we have a difference in G, A, B, C? So right there, G, A, B, C. No, that's just like, and then G, A, B, C, D, E, F. Oh, okay. So that, like, from E to F, that's, anyway, I'm just like comparing it to like the, your major C major scale, which it's not. These are modes. Modes are different. Modes are, you just amount, anyway, I don't want to get into too much of this, but, I appreciate you, Monope, though. Dorian, Ionian, the other I've got, Phrygian is really cool. Hey, Drew Chains, I really like Phrygian too. Right, that a lot of, like flamenco, right, kind of uses the Phrygian, right? That ding 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 is like kind of a Phrygian flavor. We got flavor for you, but yeah, we're combining all the modes, chat. We're gonna become jazz. Monope army, yes. Monope army is here. So once again, YouTube kicking asses, taking names. It's the major versus the, oh wait, versus the minor third? Wait, really? But it starts on G, right? So it would be like G, A, B, that's major, right? That's a major third. It's like the fourth, right? Or wait, no, because third to fourth is, yeah, B, C. So it's the same as with the Dorian. Oh, Dorian is D, E, F. Oh my God, I mixed it up. Yeah. What is the... What is the C one? Yeah, so it's definitely not... G to G with a perfect fifth. It's the sixth that's different, right? With Ionian. Why could I not remember? Yeah, C major is Ionian. Woke moralists don't appreciate real music like Chopin and Bach. Hey, at least he's not Lyndon LaRouche, or else we'd be dealing like exclusively with Bach. Wait, Bach and Vivaldi, right?
Hello, everyone. I had the opportunity today to welcome and speak with one of the...
Now, this is wild, right? Because the age difference between these two guys is like the generational difference is kind of wild, but you're going to see how Jordan Peterson makes it up by trying to sort of adopt some of that Gen Z swagger.
world's most
Don't let anyone tell you that Dr. Peterson does not understand Gen Z.
outstanding current comedians. Young guy, 28 years old, Matt Rife, who's exploded onto the comedy scene in the last few years. After having put his time in the trenches, he's been working as a comedian in small clubs and so forth. He started when he was 15, so he put in his 10 years before really becoming popular. He's been the subject of a relatively dedicated cancel campaign in recent...
A cancel campaign? You don't say. So wait, so we got like Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Mixolydian, Lydian, Aeolian, and Locrian. Oh my god, did I get them all right in order? Do I remember this shit?
Weeks, and so we had a chance.
Locrian's the wild one, though. Locrian is...
To discuss that, to discuss his witty, fast, brave, and appropriate
Wait, Lydian, F is Lydian, G is Mixolydian.
Response to that cancellation, to talk about that sort of thing in more detail, and also to detail out the structure of his new tour and his plans for the future, and why he's doing what he's doing. And
Gabby, good for Gabby, enjoys Locrian. If you enjoy Locrian, that is some sophisticated taste, right? Not many people know music it's in Locrian. Oh my god. The one example of Locrian in a pop song that comes to mind is actually a Björk song. Has anybody heard the song Pluto by Björk, or the artist you may know as Björk, whose name is actually pronounced in a way that rhymes with jerk rather than dork? That's what she wants to tell you, okay? She's not a dork, she's a jerk. Björk is a jerk.
What the role of comedy is in the broader...
And she's especially a jerk if you get in the, in between her and her kids, right?
World. So, well...
Björk she uses it and it works, though. It works. Björk makes it work, because even though she's a jerk, she can use the Locrian mode to do the...
Come to the conversation. All right, so I've been planning this opening, which I don't usually do, because I like to do things spontaneously, but I have to get this one right. Okay, so you got to help me get...
Her cousin was an exchange student in her high school, and he said that everyone is related. That is what they say about Iceland, is that when people get married, right, two Icelandic people get married, they do a little bit of research to try to figure, because there are a lot of people they want to make sure they're not, it's a small island, it's a small population, right? And so there is a very big chance that, two people from there could be more related. Are we doing a ragtime? You're giving me a ragtime chord chart here.
Get this straight. Okay, so now you're a comedian and you got canceled for a domestic...
You got canceled because cancellation is totally real, my dude.
Assault joke, and then...
Oh my god, it's so funny. I got canceled for talking about some woman getting hurt for not cooking properly for her husband.
In response,
the song is called "Army of Me" by Björk, is in Locrian. Well, I know Pluto is. I don't like. If you complain once more.
Response to that, instead of apologizing like a good boy, you put up a joke.
I mean, people don't know this about Björk, but the interesting thing about her is that she came from an artistic background. Her parents, were artists and stuff like that. She went to classical. She was trained, classically trained in music. And at some point she decided she wanted to do punk instead. And I mean, I don't know if you call, she was in a band before the Sugar Cubes, right? Was she like in a legit punk band? She was probably in a Sugar Cubes, maybe influenced by punk, but then by the time she went solo, EDM was becoming big, and she kind of just went into that. She wanted to do pop music, and then later on in her career she started incorporating more and more of her classical training into the music that she did.
Ad site about special needs helmets to protect the people who are offended by you.
Oh my god, her explaining, wait a minute, is that copyright though? Can I watch that? That's a really awesome video. I know what you're talking about, Autumn Leaves. She explains how a CRT TV works. The Björk airport video?
And now to get yourself out of trouble, you're going to come on my podcast.
I never
That's
said
your
that.
plan.
I
eh?
was hoping it would make things way worse. And I'm hoping we can drive sales to that very real website about the helmets.
Yes, anyways, congratulations on
Thank
that.
you
I
very
thought
much.
I thought the joke was funny,
Thank you.
risky, and funny. And I thought your response was dead on. Like,
Hey, Jordan, does your wife find the joke funny? I'm just asking. I'm just asking, Jordan.
one of the things I've noticed is that people who are harassed by sensorial-minded nullwits
Nullwits,
almost always back down and apologize.
We got Björk locked. Yes,
And
we
then
did.
my sense of that is that a mob comes after them first for whatever hypothetical sin they've committed. And then
It's such a hypothetical sin to think that telling a joke, the punchline of which that a woman gets hit for not cooking well enough for her husband. That's
they apologize, and a second mob comes after them for that.
Exactly.
And then they lessen their own character by the false apology, and they embolden these idiot accusers. And so why did you decide, when this blew up around you, and I mean in some ways it's a tempest in a teapot, but
see, you can see what he's hoping for. So, right, you know, if this happens, you know, and it has happened to people, right? You know, if you have a certain audience that doesn't like jokes about DV, that doesn't like jokes about, you know, like a... and you tell one anyway, one avenue that's open to you is to keep on trucking, to tell more jokes like that, piss off your audience even more, so that they will go to Twitter and they will talk about how fucked up you are now and how disappointed they are in you, to the point where it gets the attention of a right-wing audience that thinks that's a really funny joke. That's a real, yeah, when I got married, my wife better cook good for, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? So somebody that's like totally fine with that joke, right? And there's an audience for that. Or they just love it because this guy triggered the libs. And that's what he's counting on. That's what he's going for, is the idea that he's gonna make such waves with his old audience, right? Which, it's so weird. It's so weird that this guy's got, like, I mean, I don't know, like, in comedy, like YouTube skews male. Like, if I look at my analytics, right, I'm gonna see like a lot, you know, like a high ratio of at least, you know, people that Google identifies as male in my audience. Whether or not that's like real, I've got some real questions, because like I've had videos that were like 100% male people watched your video, and I know that's not true. I know with certainty that that's not true, right? So YouTube skews, you know, male. Comedy, you know, skews male, especially like this kind of comedy. But for some reason, he had like an audience that was very different than that, which is, I think, rare for comedy. I'll be honest with you, though. I didn't know about him until this. Okay,
when this blew up around you, why did you decide to take the strategy that you took? Why weren't you like racked with guilt and apologetic? And
because
I think it's funny when women don't cook well enough not to get hit.
It's just comedy.
It's just comedy. It's just comedy. If you don't think
doing what's funny to me, it's never.
That's so funny. It's like, okay, listen. I think he even alludes to the fact that this is a joke that's been around quite a bit, right? This is like a joke that some fucking edgy dude in the fucking, I don't know, like 80s, if not the 70s or 60s or 50s, well, maybe not the 50s, but like, right, like this is not him innovating. This is hacky.
For any deep.
The only point to this joke is to jump into the orchestra pit and harness the attention economy. It's very tired,
Than that, nor should it be for anybody. I'm saying things that
It's funny, though, that they haven't said the joke yet, right? that if the joke is totally okay and fine and it's just a bunch of libs that are upset by it, why not tell the joke? What was the joke, right? He hasn't said it yet.
Imagination drums up that makes me happy, release endorphins in my head that makes my life happier, and all I do is share those thoughts.
It's all about that girl dinner, AC. It's all
with
about
other
that girl
people in
dinner.
hopes that it makes their life easier.
Well, I've been watching what you do on your specials, and you're continually interacting with the audience, which, and correct me if I've got this wrong, I mean, a lot of the comedians that I've spoken to, they spend a lot of time preparing their sets and practicing, but you're doing, it seems to be something that's much more akin to spontaneous wit. And that's a dangerous thing to do because you could easily be not funny.
Oh, high risk, high reward, yeah.
Yeah, well, and it's also that because you're doing that, you don't have a lot of time to exactly think through what you're going to say, right? I mean, if something strikes you as...
Now this doesn't, okay, so with crowd work, this is true. Does anybody know, was he doing crowd work?
Amusing.
Not that like excuse. Yeah, he wants that chud bump. Exactly, Spark.
You pretty much have to go for it, and if your head's full of censorship-related thoughts, you're going to be not funny in about 15 seconds. So
you have to let the intrusive thoughts win in comedy. You have to. What comes, if you're a naturally funny person, the first thing that comes to your mind should be...
anybody that, like I'm saying crowd work, I'm not defining it, all right? For anybody who doesn't know what crowd work is, that is technically if you're getting hecklers and you respond to those hecklers, you're doing crowd work, right? So you know the Seinfeld guy, the Kramer guy, his racist tirade, technically crowd work. And sometimes crowd work is like that, right? There's also, you know, times at which comedians will do crowd work, and I think what he's alluding to here is this, right? He's got a set. In other words, he's got a routine, right? A bunch of jokes that it tells in a certain order, in a certain way that you know you're going to record your special with, but you don't want to necessarily do that night after night because you know people might see you more than once, or they might see the special and then you know come to your performance, and if you do the exact same thing, they're going to be disappointed. A lot of people don't know this, but like comedians will generally they'll go to different clubs, smaller clubs, in order to workshop and gauge jokes and see which jokes land and which jokes don't, and you know what order might be best, right? And then once they've gotten it down, the routine is then they've got their routine like solidified, right? And that's what's going to be on their special. That's what's going to be, you know, on whatever gets like recorded. Kramer with the most edgy crowd work ever, right? I don't know. Some of these, you know, comedy is a whole nother world in terms of, you know, what people are okay with. Or Stavros Halkias, who asked the crowd. I haven't seen much of Stavros's crowd work. I think I've only seen him on like podcasts and stuff.
The funniest thing to you most of the time in a comedic situation.
And it has to be the first thing. Yeah, you know, if you're writing a multiple choice test, by the way, if you second guess your intuition about the right answer, you're more likely to be wrong with the second guess.
Yeah, is that true?
That immediate
makes
response.
sense.
Yeah, that immediate response tends to be better. Yeah, well, and it's a weird thing, because that thing that's comical inside you, that's providing you with the intuition for the jokes, it has to be in quick
Timing's everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be a quick relationship with the audience. Yeah, timing is absolutely everything.
Also, hats off to the editor for making this interaction look less awkward than it was.
And you want to say the most pointed thing at exactly the right time. And so, what do you think, or maybe, I don't know if you've thought about it, what do you think is, well, first of all, how broad scale do you think this rebellion against what you said actually is? How many people do you think are behind it? And why do you think it's become such a big deal?
It's probably
Is that what happened? Stavros like left? Like Stavros wanted to go his own way? I never knew. I just thought that they decided to do like separate projects.
Few dozen thousand.
Right, because Adam needs to become Charlie Rose.
Which sounds like a lot until you remember there's 8 billion people in the world.
Yeah.
And
maybe Stavros wasn't with the center-left thing, right? Maybe Stavros was...
I would say 90% of the small majority that is upset with me doesn't go to comedy shows anyway, or wouldn't vibe with me as a person anyways, which is fine.
Right, they're probably not that funny. I watched a couple of them today on YouTube.
I can imagine.
You know, oh my God, yeah, I mean, they're the sort of people that you just want to What do you want for them? You want them to spend eternity in a hell composed of nothing but people like them talking to them.
Oh,
That'd be
so
good.
Twitter.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly that.
Right.
But that's
No, like, you want to see what you get on Twitter, chat? Like, I can't even show you. Can I? I don't know if I can show you that tweet. Chat, I was talking to somebody on one of my tweets the other day, and, you know, like, Elon Musk had said, all the other platforms are bought and paid for. I'm the only one that's real. Right? And I was like, Elon, you literally bought and paid for Twitter. Like, what are you talking about? Right? The other, you know, most of the other platforms, they're publicly traded. So at least there's, like, you know, a group of shareholders where it's just like one billionaire in charge of things with Twitter, right? And so, like, then somebody was like, you know, somebody was in my comments and they were like, well, actually, it's because he's the only individual person who owns a social media company. The rest is owned by the media. And I'm just like, okay, smart guy, tell me, what's the media? And lo and behold, his answer was the Jews who control yada yada, you know, like some anti-Semitic bullshit, right? You're gonna tell me that X is a hug box for libs? Like, what are you talking about? You meant to say X? Elon's gonna be pissed at me, yeah, for saying Twitter, right? I'm not allowed to say Twitter, I have to say X. Pretty sure Zuckerberg still owns the majority of Facebook. Oh, is that right? Okay, so yeah, there are other, but anyway, this person, like, literally, and look, it's an Elon fanboy, and according to Elon, like, he's not anti-Semitic, that's not the point, right? But he, like, tell that to the anti-Semites that love him. Tell that to the people that may not have been, at least, like, openly, consciously anti-Semitic and are now, like, you know, JQing all over the place, right? He's literally radicalizing people to, like, a Nazi viewpoint.
the thing is, it's like whether you enjoy what I do or not, you don't even have to know it exists. If I'm your problem, if you and I are face to face and you have a problem with my comedy that I tell, that I admit to the world, right? If you just remove yourself from me, if you do something as simple as just turn around, there is—
Oh my God, what a fucking genius. I'm glad he figured it
an
out.
entire planet.
You can just ignore stuff that's fucked up and offensive and that normalizes, like, a certain kind of violence, right? You can just duck your head into the sand and pretend it doesn't exist. And whatever you do, don't try to, like, let other people that might not be okay with it also know that this is what they're getting from you now. Right? If you have a problem with the Illuminati, you have a problem with plagiarism, you have a problem with, you know, putting people in fucked up financial situations where you have control and leverage over them, right? Then just don't watch Illuminati. Why are you bitching? Why are you saying shit? Why do I hear you chirping, right? If you got a problem with Illuminati, easy solution for that. Don't watch, like, right? This is like, you don't like creep show art, you know, don't watch, like, right? You could say this about, like, anyone, like, right? This is just
behind you for you to go explore and live the rest of your life. You don't ever have to
we got the tomatoes coming out
think
here.
about me. You don't have to talk
He's getting the Jimmy Lee treatment
about me. I don't like
look, it's just an old-timey joke, right? He's just doing old-timey humor for old-timey people. People don't like to say that anymore. Everyone's so politically correct. But this guy and Jimmy Lee, the Jersey Outlaw, they're doing a different kind of comedy where the joke is, like, literally unironically racism, my dude.
Primo heavy metal music. Guess how often I think about it or talk about it? 0% of the time. You just remove yourself from the situation.
You're talking about it now, asshole. You just said that you just. What are you talking? You're talking about it. What do you mean?
I see no harm in trying to make people laugh.
This guy really hates Screamo, I guess.
As a general intention.
Yeah, well, I also don't understand exactly from a purely logical perspective what the people who are complaining exactly expect from you, because, and maybe it is that they have no sense of humor, or and that's highly likely, or that they're doing.
It's hilarious. Anti-corporatist, let me see if I can pronounce people's names correctly. Anti-corporatist says, you know, it's hilarious. They call us snowflakes, but these are but these are the kind of thin-skinned, go crying home to their mommies dudes that if you get them with a tomato on stage, they would want. Oh yeah, they would definitely want you locked up for that.
Doing something
You're escalating the fruits. Yo, pineapples are hardcore.
we can talk about,
Think about it logically, of course.
which is gaining some kind of benefit from their complaints, some virtue signaling. I really see that with the men in particular. Well, I know I really care a lot for women. And
All these white knights wanting women not to receive black eyes for cooking improperly. What?
Yeah, it's pretty ugly.
Yeah, I saw one TikTok video who was
All these simps.
like, I have a wife and I found this severely disrespectful. I
Yeah.
was like, okay, you cuck.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah. He
What do
probably
you
thinks
get
that's a
out of
form
Jordan Peterson's like, I don't care about my bitch like that. Right, honey? Like
of foreplay.
Yeah, what do you want to get more pussy outside of your wife? Like, chill out. You're already married.
What? That's the only reason to ever be nice to a woman, is that if you want more WAP outside of your wife, right? Anybody who's ever like spoken up for you're not even allowed to agree with women, okay? If a man has a conflict with a woman, as a bro, part of the bro code, you gotta agree with the bro. You gotta go with the bros. Bros before, right? Bros first. Bros always. Oh my God. This is their code. This is their code, right? If you ever agree with a woman over a man, you are a simp. And according to Jordan Peterson, you're trying to sleep. Well, I mean, that's the point of simp, right? That's what simp is about, right? Agreeing with a woman means you are angling to get into her panties. Her pantsu, as it were.
She already respects you. What do you
Yeah, well, I
want
used to see when I had demonstrations around me, which used to be more common than they are now.
He misses that. He misses that.
Which is just as well.
No, it's not. You miss it.
The worst people I ever saw at those demonstrations weren't the harridan women who were screeching like
The
fish
harridan? What is harridan? What does this mean?
wives, but the men that were hypothetically there to support them. Man, I tell you, I couldn't even look at some of those guys without having a shudder run up my spine. There's almost nothing worse than a man who tries to worm himself in with a group of
These guys hate simps.
women by pretending to be more on their side than the women actually are, when their actual motivation is to use that. What was that? Gad Saad, the evolutionary psychologist who works at Concordia, he called that the sneaky fire.
The sneaky effer?
A routine. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's actually a phrase from evolutionary biology. I'll tell you.
Women are just objects in these guys' minds. Look at this.
Funny story that goes along with that.
Okay.
This is
Oh yeah, let me look. I know it's your interview, right? But I hope you don't mind if I talk for 75% of it.
hilarious and so telling.
Nothing exactly, funk you. Nothing worse than having empathy.
So primatologists who studied orangutans figured out a long
what does Tammy say to this? Is Tammy watching? Does Tammy know about this?
time ago that there are two variant male types of orangutan. Okay, so there's
Let
like
me tell you about orangutans, okay? Listen, like I've told you about lobsters, here's a story about orangutans. If Peterson knows shite about, as if he knows about evolutionary biology. Listen, like I'm not gonna hate on a whole field because that would be silly. I don't know what I didn't go to school for evolutionary biology. I don't know what it's really all about, okay? But I will say that there are a lot of weirdos in that field. And there's probably a lot of good people too.
orangutans tend to hang
There's good people on both sides of the academic
around in trees. They're arboreal. But the male
or arboreal, okay,
who become dominant in a given territory get so large, sort of like a linebacker in football, and they have these big fat pads around their face that are circular. They get so large
they become linebackers and they grow helmets? What? Do they grow shoulder pads too? What are you talking about, Peterson?
they can't really go in trees anymore. And the females come to them. But then there are other males in the vicinity for who the primatologists thought were adolescents for a very long time because they look like adolescent males and they hang around in the trees. But they turn out to be many of
If you're a simp, You're gonna never grow. You won't physically grow. You won't physically grow. You won't become an adult. You will look like an adolescent forever. Your physical growth is dependent on you disagreeing with women.
Them fully mature males whose development.
Wait, is Brett Weinstein an evolutionary biologist? It wasn't even a great Futurama Wait, are we talking about the snoo one? Which Futurama? Sneaky males exist, of course. It's not that hilarious.
Into the linebacker is forestalled by the fact that they're not at the top of the pecking order. Right, and so their strategy.
It's just like the lobster thing where he says if a lobster loses in a fight, its brain melts down and becomes a subservient lobster brain.
Strategy is sneaky.
Literally melts, like the brain, you know, turns into goo and then reforms as like, yes, Mr. Boss Lobster. Yes, Boss Lobster. I will do. You want some food here? I was going to eat this, but it's for you now, Mr. Boss Lobster. Thank you very much, Mr. Mr. Bob Lobster.
Rape.
Jesus.
Right. So it doesn't take much.
Wait, what? Wait, what is... I fucking glazed over too much to really get the point of that story, if there was one, assuming there is a point. God, he's just going off, though. Like, you got this young dude here, and you're tired because you don't have students anymore. You don't have anyone to, like, absorb all your bullshit, bogus, like, Tim Allen level evolutionary... This, like, honestly, let's be real. What is this guy doing? He's doing Tim Allen. He's doing the Tim Allen show where Tim Allen has a neighbor who's very educated and he goes over to the neighbor to get advice, right? And then he plagiarizes the neighbor and like tries to say the advice like it's his own, but he gets it all mixed up and it's clear that he didn't understand it in the first place. And everybody is just looking at him and like, that's the part in the show where like his wife and kids are like, like, seriously? What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck do you mean? Every time pecking order comes up, I think of Jamie Peck.
Become dominant in a given territory, get so large, sort of like a linebacker in football, and they have these big fat pads around their face that are circular.
What is the difference between him and Alex Jones at this point? I can imagine Alex Jones being like, these male gorillas, they get really big like linebackers, and they develop like a pad of fatty tissue around their face, and they're like, and then there's these little adolescent apes, except they're not really adolescents. They're actually full grown. They're the same age, but they look like adolescents. And
they get so large they can't really go in trees anymore. And the females come to them. But then there are other males in the vicinity for who the primatologists thought were adolescents for a very long
adolescents, though.
time, because they look like adolescent males and they hang around in the trees. But they turn out to be, many of them, fully mature males whose development into the linebacker is forestalled by the fact that they're not at the top of the pecking order. Right, and so there's...
So it's like more of this like hatred for those that are weak. Like life is a evolutionary contest. There's winners and losers. The losers fucking suck. The losers should be buried like into the, shove them down in the Earth's core with like a toilet plunger or something like that. Just get rid of them, right? They don't deserve to see the sun. They don't deserve to live, right? This is a feeling that you get. But the winners, we should praise the winners. We should admire the winners. Don't hate on the winners, right? You got to be the linebacker orangutan, not the adolescent looking man baby orangutan.
Strategy is sneaky rape.
Shit.
What?
Right. So it doesn't take much of an imagination to map that onto the, the feminist male who's so...
The feminist male, there we go. There's the feminist male is secretly like, now look, like, I mean, there are, like, just because a guy calls himself a feminist doesn't mean that like he couldn't be a scumbag. But also, just because somebody isn't a feminist doesn't... I mean, they're kind of like, guaranteed to be a scumbag then.
On the side of women, that you know, he gets to be the friend who can entice some poor girl into bed when she's at her lowest point.
So like the Jamie kills. Oh my God, I don't know why I'm bringing.
So it's almost like their own insecurity and lack of manhood. Manhood probably isn't the best word to use, but it stunts their own evolution.
Well,
I'm sorry, Chad. I don't know what that person came to my mind. I want to forget about. I want to forget I knew.
It requires that they take a different pathway to mating success. They
The
can't
worst
use dominance.
possible
Yeah,
one.
yeah, right, right.
Wait, they can't use dominance, so they use the R word? What? What? And this maps onto humans how? Like, what are you suggesting, Peterson?
Right,
So
right.
pathetic.
Yeah. So why did you decide to come on my podcast?
I'm a huge fan, man.
Oh, well,
I
thank you,
find
sir.
Listen, you and I have
exactly.
never met. I'll be truthfully honest. I haven't done extensive
People are just like monkeys. People are just like lobsters. Exactly.
research into everything you've done, but I find you to be a very kind man and very well spoken and someone who stands on their morals and
He doesn't seem very honest here.
the realism.
Yeah, but it wasn't a Bob. It was a Bob Lobster. Bob Lobster, baby. We're heading down that lobster highway, looking for the lobster getaway
of society today. And I think that is incredibly rare. And I just
I got me a boat. It seats about 20. So come on. And bring your duck food money. The Duck Shack is a oh my God, Chad, I've just screwed up the B-52s every which way.
really appreciate you.
Oh, well,
Every which way.
thank you. I wasn't fishing for compliments, but
I wasn't fishing for compliments, but you pretending to be familiar with my work really warms my cold heart.
appreciate the fact that they emerged. Well, I'm curious partly too because
God, I keep on missing the top of the hour ad break.
I think it's
and
fair.
now they're taking. See, I can't like. Once I realized that I fucked up, there's no way to. They're sucked into that ad break.
To say that your primary fan base is women. That, I mean, I'm not certain of that, but it is the case. Okay, and is it almost
it's primary fan base? That's wild. That's wild. Chad, like, other than I don't know, like a female comic, I don't know of any comics who have like that kind of demographic, right? Comedy skews so heavily male. And it's for reasons like this, right? That this kind of shit is just like normalized, right? There's a different like, you know, there's different rules for comedy than there are for, you know, how you act in real life, right? So as a result, I mean, comedy just like in general, like most modern comedy, I don't know, modern comedy, maybe it's always been like this. Like it's so if you end up at a comedy club as a woman, a lot of times it's because you're going with a man. Not always, and it's so difficult to be a woman in comedy. It's so difficult. Both fascinating and totally in line with her usual shenanigans. I should put a countdown timer on screen. Yeah, maybe. I could figure out one that would like stay on top. Maybe there's some kind of a widget. Do you think I could use a widget?
almost always women that you interact with in the crowd?
No, not at all. It's totally total luck of the draw, whatever happens. I mean, women yell out the most for sure. Like they'll heckle the most.
I feel like I need it to make a noise. I need it to like make a little duck noise, like whack, whack, ad break coming, whack. Like the Aflac duck, right? It would just kind of warn me.
So that will draw more adamant crowd work, like that I didn't necessarily intend on doing. But
where we can violate copyright.
Overall, no, it's just luck.
Is that something that's particularly characteristic of your shows? Because I would think, yeah, right.
Oh,
because that's
bad.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I've kind of created my own crowd work monster in a way. A friend of mine put this in perspective for me. If I got popular from doing crowd work, which was a very specific strategy, a lot of I only post my crowd work because I don't feel like burning through material. Comics build for minimum a year, 2, 3 years to build an hour-long show, right? I would feel like a total piece of shit if I let you pay money to come see the exact same material you just saw for free online. So crowd work being a very unique circumstance that really isn't to be duplicated at any other show that you do, because you're not going to meet the same person who's been through the same circumstance, or has the same story to tell, right? So this is a very unique thing that you could share, and it doesn't burn through any of your material at all.
So that's why you've been making the specials on YouTube out of crowd work.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because you can make them permanent, and you said it doesn't interfere with the novelty of a prepared show.
Yes.
And so you do prepared material as well.
Yeah, I have 2 full specials on YouTube that are fully
so
material.
I've only seen the crowd work. Okay.
Oh, you watched the red flags one?
Yeah.
So I specifically did that special because I was getting popular for doing red flag crowd work just on TikTok. And it got so bad to the point where I'd be in the middle of working on material and people would just be yelling out like, do red flags, or just yelling out like flip-flops, or what, like mama's, like yelling out their own red flags without any context at all. So I was like, fine.
Wait, how are those things like red flags? Like, I mean, I get the concept of red flags, right? But mama's boy, flip-flops. Am I missing something?
I'm gonna do one.
Are these like cues? Like whose line is it anyway? Like, do a joke about flip-flops, okay? Don't you hate what's the deal with flip-flops? They always irritate between my big toe and my second biggest toe.
Special at the biggest red flag city there is, Miami, at the Miami Improv, and then that's like the final statement closing the chapter on my red flag crowd work. Now I don't do it anymore. Now I think the special is like 50 minutes long of me just doing full crowd work for 50 minutes with the people in Miami, and it was a lot of fun. I was happy to close the chapter though.
Okay, so why did you close it, and why were you happy to close it?
This guy looks like what I expected Dream to look like. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would have thought that this is how I imagined Dream before he took off the mask.
Close it.
Because it does ruin the show when people yell out. I wanted to go,
what's the deal with flip-flops? Oh, I can't do the sound. I can't do the... I need to be able to do the slap bass sound.
okay, I know you like this thing I do, so here's that. Now you have that final product. I did this specifically for you guys. Now let me grow to do the kind of comedy I want to do. And I'm still growing and I'm still learning. I'm 28 years old. Most comics that are top of their game today probably just started at the age I'm at right now. So I mean, I have a lot of learning and growth to do.
Why did I think he was younger?
Right. How long have you been doing comedy professionally?
12 and a half years.
So since you were 16?
15, yeah.
15. 15. Were you funny before that?
Yeah. I was always like
Are you funny now?
class clown, making my friends and family and laugh. I didn't know comedy was a career or even a job until I was about 14.
Because Peterson's not an academic, he's not an intellectual, yet he gets credited for being that. So what would be so surprising if this guy calls himself a comedian and it turns out he's not really funny? What if he delivers the sizzle of the comedy, but not the steak, much like Dr. Peterson, right? Maybe they're the same guy, just at a different age.
And I kind of discovered to like Dane Cook and Dave Chappelle.
He's been doing comedy for over 12 years, so... Oh, wait, that's so since he was 16. Damn.
Were, and those guys were at the pinnacle of comedy at that time. So I just learned, I studied them.
Dane Cook, that's a great influence to cite.
Fell in love with the art form, and I started doing open mics when I was 15 after
I got inspired by bands like Nickelback.
School on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and everything just kind of snowballed. And nobody in my family has ever been to college, so there was no pressure to do anything after high school. Everyone in my hometown kind of does the exact same thing. They just work at like
How big is your hometown?
About 1,200 people.
Smash Mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one stoplight that could have easily been a 4-way stop.
Right.
There's never any
no.
traffic there at all.
Yeah, but that's a mark of attainment to have at least one light in town.
Of course.
Yeah. I came from a little town in northern Alberta. It had about 2,500 people. And
just a small town boy living in Alberta, Canada. He took the midnight train.
It was a big deal when we got our first stoplight, which was like utterly unnecessary.
They just got a Dollar General on the outskirts of town, and everyone's we got a new grocery store.
I wanted to cover Chappelle. There's not that much to cover, but yeah, Michael Seitz is mentioning Chappelle took a little visit to Washington, D.C. He said to visit friends and family in the area. And along the way, he stopped at the White House and took a selfie with Lauren Boebert. And who was the other? Some other conservative congresswoman, and she tweeted out something like, these are 3 people here that know that there's only 2 genders. Got him.
Like they are loving it.
Yeah,
It's
I
a very
can remember.
simple town.
Yeah, I can remember too that when the Kentucky Fried Chicken came to town, that was also a big deal.
When you got a KFC, that's so funny.
Yeah.
He's like laughing at you, Jordan. He's like, oh my God, you come from one of those towns. Like, you got a KFC and you're, was it really MTG? Wait a minute, I thought they weren't friends. What happened? How did they get back together? What? Maybe they're just, maybe they both just wanted to take a photo with Dave Chappelle. Maybe they're not friends. No, you could be right. I mean, I don't know. I know that there's like bad blood. You know, we used to have mad love, but now we got bad blood between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert.
In hindsight, it's one of those places growing up.
3 people, and there's only 2 women, 1 cup. Oh no.
You go, oh, this is so boring. Can't wait to get out of here.
Yeah, we're going back to poop again. Poop has been a theme lately.
But looking back, I had such a wonderful childhood. Even going back now, I went back maybe a couple of months ago because I had some shows.
I had a wonderful childhood. I remember when my mom would fuck up at cooking and my dad...
Name of the town?
It's called North Lewisburg, Ohio. It's a very, very small town. About Marysville, Ohio is the closest city to it, I suppose. And I was doing shows not far from there and had to drive past it for a tour like 2 months ago, and I stopped through there.
Chat.
Nothing had changed. And
Chat.
I thought,
He's from Ohio.
that was beautiful. Like I live in LA now and I tour constantly, but people get so wrapped up into what they think the rest of the world is actually talking about or actually cares about when it's not true at all.
It's not what
I saw kids riding their bikes and running
It's not what Ohio cares about.
around playing outside when I was driving through town. I go, I haven't seen that in years.
Mm-hmm.
People weren't on their phones. Even people at the gas station when we stopped in, the workers in there were talking, hanging out. Nobody was just on their phones scrolling. We become so detached from the rest of the world when we live in certain environments. It's
How long
so
have you lived in
frustrating.
LA?
What is he talking about? Nobody uses their phone back here. Nobody uses their phone here in Ohio. Like, right? We cell phones. What tarnation is that? We just got the KFC.
It'll be 11 years in January.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
after I graduated high school early at 17 and I moved out and just couch surfed for the first year and a half.
Okay, so what did you do in LA? Okay, so first of all, you said you started doing open mics when you were about 15?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
The Columbus Funny Bone in Columbus, Ohio. I went on the Comedy Club's website when I kind of figured out open mics were the thing to start with. I don't remember how I found that out. But I remember going to their website, finding out it's 21 and up, as most comedy clubs are due to liquor license. And the owner's email was on there. And like a naive kid, I just emailed the owner. I was like, hey, this is my name. This is how old I am. I know I'm supposed to be 21 and up, but if I have like a parent guardian with me, could I come in to try the open mic? And any rational businessman would say, no, I'm not going to risk my liquor license for some kid to come in here and tell jokes. Like, what could possibly come out of that? But for some odd reason, he said yes, and it allowed me an opportunity to go and practice and enjoy this.
I don't know if that's true, right? If somebody gets up on an open mic night and says like, yeah, I don't see, like, they're not going to get in that much trouble for that, are they? Sorry, I'm like wrestling with the lights down here. I just want to be easier to edit, chat. Anyway.
This new thing that I was just doing for fun. I had no idea anything like this could ever happen to me. It was just something I was doing for fun to like make my grandpa laugh.
And did you make your grandpa laugh?
Oh my God, he was my #1 fan. I miss him every single day.
Oh yes. Oh, so did you have a good time in Columbus doing this?
I did, but it's most Midwestern towns. There's a ceiling, you know, and if you have bigger dreams, you have to escape. You have to go see what else is out there. So
tell me how your career progressed from Columbus. How many shows did you do?
I don't mean they get in trouble for having somebody underage. I just mean like, wait, unless, I mean, I guess if they've got, it's a liquor thing maybe, right? Because most like comedy clubs have liquor, right? The Red Pillars must love this guy. I don't know. They're building him up like he's got like that he had a mostly female audience, and you don't really end up with that demographic by doing the kind of material that he's on here for having done, that he was supposedly canceled. Do you want to really quickly take a look at a video by some actually funny people, the Sad Boys, and see what they have to say about Matt Rife? Because I don't really know that much about him. We'll take a little bit of a detour.
Welcome to Sad Boys, a podcast about feelings and other things also. I'm Jarvis.
That was stern.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm Jordan. Howdy.
Ooh.
How long do you reckon I can keep that going?
As long as you want, baby.
It feels wrong not to do it now.
Not just say howdy.
I'm expecting it. I will be honest. Yeah.
I feel obliged, which is, I think, maybe the magic goes once I make it my, when your job's what you love,
Right.
That's why cowboys don't exist anymore.
Right. Never work a day in your life if you love what you do.
Yeah, if you're an outlaw.
If you're an outlaw, yeah, that's the other reason
if
you
you're
never
a
work
Jersey outlaw
a day in your life is because you're running from the law.
I'm a criminal. Yeah. I can't. But it's crazy that there's just still cowboys. They're just still around in California. It's just tons of cowboys.
That's cool. They do cowboy stuff, including wrangling cattle.
Somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess as long as you have cattle, you have cowboys.
And a horse.
And now what do cowboys do really? Because
so as much as I want to find out about cowboys,
jumping in.
Yeah, what do cowboys do? I know they eat beans. That's about all I know. But so we're going to jump in here to a deeper part of the video and find out the background and banter about Matt Rife. And there's the most replayed. Oh no. The rest of this video is about Matt Rife. Okay, here we go.
To the main little current event of today.
The thing you hooked us in here with this title. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, thank you.
There's drama surrounding comedian Matt Rife.
I know he has been active in the scene for a long time, since he was very young, but recent.
How are they only at 172K subscribers? You should probably go subscribe if you like this comedy, if you like their comedy, which is probably going to be I've watched them a few times. They're pretty freaking fun. Some of their videos are really funny. But yeah, somehow only 172,000 subscribers. Huh?
I didn't know he was active.
I believe so. I mean, I've seen his...
Not like me, who has millions of subscribers.
Shorts on and off for at least since last year.
Yeah, okay, my understanding of this person...
And a very loyal Twitch audience as well.
Maybe we should look at a couple of TikToks before we jump into this. But my understanding of this person was they were like the dude who popped off from TikTok. He was the TikTok stand-up, the pretty boy comedian.
Yes.
I can't believe he's saying that.
The TikTok stand-up, okay, I
comedian,
got it.
Which we make jokes about a lot. And so I'm curious I've never passed judgment on his comedy. And we're going to look into why he's gotten himself into trouble in his response.
People aren't going to comment on me putting the glasses on. Right?
They're going to comment. You're commenting on it.
Wait, are they not
So
his
first,
glasses?
let's just go to Matt Rife's TikTok. And let's watch maybe the three most recent TikToks.
What if it's horny cooking?
Imagine. Dude, he would probably kill
crush
at that.
it.
Yeah.
Horny stand-up.
Anybody watch this? Horny cooking? Is this a real thing on TikTok?
Okay, that probably already exists. I think that's just stand-up comedy. Dude, so much stand-up is about sex.
Hey, I'm dating again.
I went to a stand-up show recently.
It's time to do a canceled comedian circuit. Dave Rubin, Trigonometry. These are people who are not funny. Tucker, Rogan, even Rogan. Rogan's overrated as a comedian. I will say this, okay, about Joe Rogan. He is a better MMA fighter, okay, in terms of his own ability to actually, and an even better MMA coach compared to him as a comedian, right? The guy knows a lot about MMA. The guy, and he's got solid techniques on. There's a few. The turning sidekick. Apparently, he taught George St. Pierre this move, and it's a thing of beauty to behold. Joe Rogan's turning sidekick, but that's about all I can give him.
And it's local.
Yeah, his stand-up is so painful.
Comedians,
yeah.
But yeah, lots of sex talk, and I'm it's fine. It's just funny that that's a place that we all go.
I think, honestly, I think it's like how almost every single pop song has to be about relationships, because this is going to sound harsh. Most people don't have very interesting lives. More people make music than have interesting lives. And as a result, like, the default is just like, I think a lot of people write lyrics about love kind of not even thinking about the fact that it's about relationships. It's just like, if you write a melody, you don't necessarily know why you like it. You just kind of do, and you don't.
Chat, is this true, right? Because to me, if you actually, okay, there's a lot of songs about love. There's a band called Air Supply, which every single one of their songs has the word love in it. It's like Family Guy, season 1, but with love instead of death, right? That's how they are. And like to me, like, old songs are about love, but like, even if I don't know how do I explain this, like, you can't go straight to the love anymore, or else it sounds hacky. Like, you can sing about love, but you don't usually use the word. I don't know, am I wrong?
Don't necessarily know why you're using these words, but you just kind of do. And I think the same
I love to be loved
thing happens with stand-up a little bit, where like, hey man, sex is maybe the most interesting thing that happens to most people.
I think.
Well, no, it's because people are uncomfortable about sex, and they won't own their own sexual interests, and so people are like nervous and weird about it. So right, if you tell a joke and like the punchline is anal, people consider that like cutting edge humor.
That's why Airplane Food hit so hard for a lot of comics, because all that touring comics did was,
as opposed to like 90s humor where the joke was because they're gay. Get it? They're gay, and that's bad. They shouldn't be gay.
Tour. They're always on planes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think it's like you're trying
Rage Against the Machine singing about
to
love.
reach an audience on a relatable subject. And
maybe I just don't listen to much pop.
And you also are getting to talk
I kind of do.
about something that's a little taboo. So
like, think about the song you know that song, like, even if we're strangers till we die. That song, I Want to Run Away with You, right? It's by Galantis. It's about love, I guess. Right? But it's not like there's no love in the lyrics. And it's not direct.
You can get you get a lot of laughs out of like, oh, I'm not even like it's like a little bit of an outlet to like laugh at this taboo subject, especially because we're so like sex repressed.
Yeah, it's this repression
or whatever.
That's where the humor comes
and
from.
often like I'm bad at it, and these dating rules are crazy, and I think like
dating is kind of wild,
at least in a lot of the ones
it's weird
in our extended scene is. So I'm turning 30, my body's changing, jeez, my back
it's
hurts.
So much. But it is also like, I guess that's where alt comedy came from, because it's like a lot of, it's like if you watch Kumail Nanjiani stand up, it's like about comic books and shit.
Yeah.
Or if you watch like Bo Burnham's Inside, it's like all like, it's none of that, because
yeah, Justin Bieber's got some love in his lyrics. Oh baby, baby, baby.
Those topics in some circles are like viewed as like a little hacky, but obviously there's ways to subvert that thing. And I don't want to get too much into like comedy math or anything like that, because I don't think it's entertaining or useful for the discussion. But I think stand-ups in the 2023 have realized that crowd work, improvised crowd work that you're doing, talking to someone in the crowd, riffing off of something that they say, has become a proven way to go viral, where it's like comedian destroys heckler in the crowd. Yeah. If you search that, millions of videos.
And
how many of those hecklers do you think are like not really, they're like their friends or something?
90% of them.
Like, how easy would that be to set up? Like somebody getting offended at your joke, and then they like, hey, that's not okay what you just said. Oh, like, oh, we got the SJW over here. Look at is she triggered? Is she triggered? Are you triggered? You look triggered.
obviously fake. Just so like, or just cruel. It's someone like ordering a drink
Maybe she thought you were saying wife phone? Oh, wife phone?
quietly from someone. They're like, you should kill yourself. And it's like, all right, calm down.
So I think we're getting a mix.
Wait, that happened, right? That happened. That was a scandal. That was a scandal with, I can't remember what her name is, right? But there was somebody did crowd work and the joke was like that. That was the joke. You should
Mix of both here. All right, so let's start with baby mama drama.
64.5
million views.
Yeah, let's get to this. Let's see what this guy's all about. What is this humor about? What was this humor about before? What is it about now?
Well, that's loyalty. It sounds like if he's fucking anybody, he should be the mother of his child, no? Am I crazy for this one? It kind of sounds like you breaking up a family.
So I'm trying to figure out how this goes. Like, what they ask for cues from the audience. Oh my god! Now I just want to watch crowd, because like I don't think I've ever seen crowd work that's not because a heckler heckled, or because somebody in the. I mean, I don't know. Jimmy Lee, I think, is my. That's what I think crowd work is. Obviously, Jimmy Lee's doing something different. He's walking around the streets and looking for people to say things that they should be offended by, but because he's got a camera crew with them and a bodyguard, they just kind of laugh and play along. Usually.
Yes, he's lying.
But how does this start off? How does this crowd work start? How does this work? Can anybody explain it to me? Lindsay Robb, thank you for becoming a sponsor.
A blatant lie. I mean, maybe he shouldn't be dating you on the side of you.
How come every other time it does the oh, that's so weird. Like it does the alerts twice.
He's actually interested in her, I will say that. How long have you been seeing him for?
Maybe it just does it twice for gift. Oh, you know what? That's probably what it is. It's like one of the alerts is like the gift membership, and the other alert is for the membership.
4 months. That's tough.
Not a bad set.
No,
not I've always kind of felt like a lot of, maybe the reason the crowd work bits don't hit for me is it's like explaining an inside joke. A little bit, the atmosphere is missing.
Yeah.
You know? If I was in the room, I'm sure I would be.
Yeah, I definitely. I think it's definitely hits harder when you're in the room, but I can see how it works. And it's also like, okay, this guy's, he's sharp on his toes and blah blah blah. I don't think there's.
Yeah, because like she's like he's still having sex with his baby mama, and then Tasha's Rife's comeback to that is that, well, I mean, like, that's, if you should be with anybody, it should be the mother of your child. It sounds like you're breaking up a family, but is it like, I think the situation that's being described is like, she's with a guy, he's got a child with another woman, and like, since that they've been dating, he's gone back to sleeping with the woman that he's got a child with. You're not a house. Wait, what is it called? A homebreaker? House wrecker? What is it called? What is the name for this? You can't really call somebody that, like, when the relationship's ended, can you?
There's anything, like, a lot of it's like, I don't want to
Homewrecker, thank you.
Dissect.
I'm like house wrecker, homebreaker, something.
The comedy of it, but I think he's a funny guy. Like, obviously he's successful.
I mean, I don't know what the extended drama is, so I almost want to like preface with, no problem with this guy's comedy. I don't remember any of the clips I saw the like, but I definitely have, and I've given them a like.
Oh shit, you're right. Housebreaking is when you get a dog not to poop in your house.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Cookies and MILF.
Cookies and MILF. Okay.
Oh, I seem frustrated. A gift maybe help? Maybe after the show. No. Dog. Thank you so much. What is this? Well, don't clap. It could be a bomb. We don't know. I came to Iowa and I guess.
Okay, so I kind of see why he's got like a mostly I can see why he might have more women in his audience than other comedians, right? Chat, do you see it too? Do you get it? Does it make sense? It connected. Oh my god. I came to Iowa and all I got was this t-shirt and a blowjob from a MILF. Xander Hall would be proud.
Came to Iowa and all I got was this t-shirt and a blowjob.
Yeah.
Cookies? Are you kidding me?
You're supposed to eat the cookies while you're getting the blowjob.
The blowjob's gonna have a hard time beating this.
That's what, yeah, there we go.
Christina, you are so hot.
You're supposed to enjoy them together, obviously.
Oh my god.
It's a...
You're a grandma?
Okay.
Oh my, 9 minutes?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
He did an hour, I believe, because I saw
he did
a
Netflix
follow-up
special
clip to this that's like high quality. The reason I recognize this one is that grandma is in the crowd. It's also in Iowa, and I'm sure it's covered in those 9 whatever minutes.
Yeah.
But when she squeezes her boob, it squeaks.
Oh.
Like a dog.
That's not supposed to be how that's not supposed to be how augmentation works. You're not supposed to put a chew toy in there. Isn't it supposed to be just a silicone disc?
Dog toy.
Oh.
And I do not know why or how, but that's like another thing that he's referencing.
That sounds like the Clussy. Wait, are you sure you're not talking about the Chat? Does Chat understand? Does Chat know the Clussy?
Because he's like, I'm in Iowa. Is Christina here?
It's crazy that, I mean,
Do we need to like the Clussy? Does Chat know about the Clussy? Okay, we're gonna have to. What happens if I just enter Clussy? I don't know if I can show, like, I don't know how much of Clussy I can show. But here's some memes.
Clowns, dude. That shit'll never make me horny.
Hey there, big boy.
No one asked for your opinion.
Two truths, one lie. I'll start. I've killed a man. I will kill again, and it burns when I pee. I don't like this game.
Yeah, so I just T-posed and that was that. Oh, you're crazy. Are you okay?
Cover fire!
That's not a Clussy meme.
It was a good life. Working on the 4th of July. Yeah, it could be worse though.
Oh no, shit. That's music that I don't own the. So that's the Clussy. Right, she's from a game called Phoenix Wright, Attorney at Law.
That probably counts a view pretty early, but 54 million views on a 9-minute TikTok clip is something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Let's now watch the new. Yeah, so Matt Rife released a special recently on Netflix, and I think it's the opening joke that has people upset. And I don't fully know what it is. So, trigger warning for domestic violence. You can skip past the joke, and here's a timestamp to do that.
And the hostess who like seats you at the restaurant had a black eye.
Okay, so there's the actual
It
joke.
wasn't like, what happened? Yeah, it was pretty obvious what happened. And we couldn't get over the fact that we're like, this is the face of the company? Like, this is who you have greeting people? And my boy who I was with was like, yeah, I feel bad for her, man. I feel like they should put her in the kitchen or something where nobody has to see her face, you know? And I was like, yeah, but I feel like if she could cook, she wouldn't have that black eye.
It's...
I mean, the best you can say if you're the person telling that joke is that you didn't mean it. You don't really think that. But it's still like basically the same hackneyed joke from 30 years ago that, you know, it's only funny if it doesn't affect you or it can't, you have to really think of yourself as being like above this or you know, not ever going to experience this for it to really, like, otherwise it's just too.
That just jumps out immediately is kind of a hacky bit.
It is like the reason this feels hacky is because there's an extremely old joke where, trigger warning, I'm going to read a very old hacky domestic violence joke.
From Jimmy Lee, the Jersey Outlaw. It's old-timey humor, chat. It's old-timey humor.
You tell a woman with two black eyes nothing you already told her twice.
That's the kind of, yeah.
That is literally, it's the same anatomy.
That is a decades old.
It's so old.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the freaking innovation?
It's so old. It's like,
I remember this set because
you should get canceled for plagiarism. Look, can we bring this full circle? Can we bring Hbomberguy back into this and just cancel him for plagiarism instead of the?
Turns out I have seen this clip before. I remember the setup. It's that he's in Iowa, and when he starts the bit, I
mean, with him, it's probably Ohio.
Kind of see this foundation that could be fine, which is like, Iowa's crazy. Maybe she must have been getting
right. Where is it going? Yeah.
Maybe she was like fighting the kitchen because they brought the food out. She's like, oh, you know, something.
Yeah, because like
the bit being a woman had a black eye, so domestic violence. I'm not even gonna. I don't want to play the ethics of it game. I don't play the whatever. It's just.
Look, chat. I'm resisting being just like disgusted and offended by this, for the sole purpose that that's what he fucking wants from it. And on top of all that, he's a hack. It's not funny. It's stolen. It's plagiarized.
A bit of.
You didn't make it new. The only way you make it new is like turn it fucking around, make it mean something else. Like take like use it to punch up, not down. Instead, he's just like, hey, chat, I got a really good joke. Let me punch down. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yes. Yeah, women, right? You know, that's all he's doing. That's all he's doing is punching down.
It's a miss.
It's just it's like a famously.
If he does not deserve to blow up for this
bat sexist joke about domestic violence, that it almost feels like it's being made on purpose because it's. I don't know. Like I honestly like.
I've heard your mama jokes with more originality, right?
Well, let's see what. Hank Green.
Get H-Bomber in here.
Had a take.
I mean, even the face he's doing is the. If you ever watched Jimmy Carr, like,
no,
it is.
I thought he was gonna say Jimmy Lee.
Most British stand-up suck shit. We are very bad at it. But there is this. His thing is being the. What's the other one? The one here. He's like offensive jokes is his thing.
Jimmy Lee.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Oh,
his last name begins with an A.
Anthony Jeselnik.
Oh yeah. It's that, but it doesn't. There's no work put into it at all. It doesn't like hit genuinely. All his jokes are just like, I remember the first date I had. It was with my uncle. Guys.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
Guy. And it's an hour of that. And he recently like released a new one, and it's such an embarrassingly like, is this all it is? This is the stand-up?
It's interesting because there's not much to dissect about the joke. To me, I could be missing something major, but like,
well, it's because people have been dissecting it for 30 years since it first got told.
It's just like so cut and dry to me. Hank Green said a comedian ruining his relationship with a large portion of his fan base because he wanted to be like all the other boring ass Netflix special you can't tell jokes anymore crowd is actually just depressing. I mean,
he's not holding back.
It does feel like when somebody does
I feel like this guy's looks, I hate to say it, but they're doing so much for his career. They're doing so much of the heavy lifting, right? I don't think I don't know. I like here's me saying this after having seen like a little bit of crowd work and a couple of jokes, right? So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I just like he does not seem like, you know, funny at all.
Something just for shock value, but it actually is not. It's like in middle school, like that joke I probably heard in middle school because people were making terrible jokes about
Hank Green,
terrible things because shock was the entire name of the game. It's like you just wanted to say something that like people couldn't believe you said that, and obviously there were no consequences because you were a child.
Well, you don't know what a joke is yet. You just know like the.
You know how it sounds.
Someone's supposed to react.
Yeah,
That's like when you're
this is the sizzle. You know the sizzle, you don't know the steak.
Kid,
you don't know the actual mechanics, the material analysis of comedy is unavailable to you. You are not privy to that information. Middle school is when you go to your friend's house and watch a South Park movie because his mom is kind of lax. I had a friend like that. Is he really good? I thought he was average. I mean, I just like, you know, how do I explain this? Conventionally good looking, let's just say.
Joke. You did it. You made them make a noise.
Acknowledging that I don't have conventional tastes. Yes.
Even if it's nervous laughter, it's better than nothing.
Next week, he'll graduate to dead baby jokes. I was about to say, Chad Alpha.
Imagine.
I was about to say.
A good joke more often than not is subverting something, and you don't know enough to subvert it.
Yeah.
And it's disappointing to see someone that, the clips we watched, not like bursting out laughing out loud, but
this is the problem with conservative humor. It's not that it's edgy, it's that the edginess at this point, you know, basically replaces the humor. The edginess in and of itself makes it funny. Which is to say that it's not funny. There's no humor to be had. You're just like
stand up. I don't even if I watch a special at
the right can't meme. I don't know what you want me to say.
I enjoy it. I'm just not.
If I'm in the crowd, I'm laughing along. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I don't. If I were in that crowd, I'd be like, oh, that's a shame.
I've been. I was in improv class once where someone made a like very dark domestic violence premise. And the Kaylee, the female improv teacher, stopped the scene and went, "What is your goal here?" You know, like, because I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't joke about, but I have a strong suspicion that you were not going to be able to navigate this with the tact. And that was after it like went on for a little. Like, I'm surprised she let it go on for as long as she did, and it was 3 seconds or 4 seconds that it went on for.
I guess they're letting it be an object lesson.
Well, yeah, it's like, okay, no, there was something to, it was more like she was saving this person from themselves because everyone was like, oh no. Okay, so I do actually want to see the full context, like where it goes after this. But I, before that, want to call out what his apology was. Okay, so he posted, "If you've ever been offended by a joke I've told, here's a link to my official apology," which already...
Oh, God. Okay, so this is what he's talking about with the helmets.
Doesn't sound like he's apologizing. Because it's not specific, it's generic.
I think the term offended now only exists in a like,
it's
wild. You can't say anything anymore. I think if it's genuine, it's usually terminology like upset or hurt or something like sourced from empathy, as opposed to like, if you're bitching and moaning about the stuff I say.
Triggered.
It's wild because like this guy is supposed to be, I mean, like countless headlines about how he's like the Gen Z comedian or whatever. And a huge portion of his audience is Gen Z women.
But then you do this special and you want to join the big boys club. You emulate the
but
hacky
then he
comics
emulates
you grew up on.
the like the old heads, dude. It's
but what's the deal? He is. I mean, he's very Jimmy Lee and this is old timey humor. But what's the so wait, is the idea that you can't blow up as a comedian with jokes that are appealing to a Gen Z female audience? Is that
what he's emulating is not just old comedians, it's old comedians who don't want to get with the times.
It's old comedians that do a special once every 10 years.
Yeah, and so then he has a link, tap to solve your issue, which already
oh my God, you got
is
an
like
issue?
such a fucking Facebook
Oh my
type
God.
response because you have to do that. Like you have to go in, you have to say, oh, I'm going to recaption this so you can't see the actual link, because the actual link is a link to special needs helmets. And that's his fake apology.
That's his take.
If you don't find my joke funny, you should be wearing a special needs helmet. That's the joke. Ableism. That's it.
Or the zinger here. You know, there's actually kind of
he would still be doing Comedy Store if he wasn't hot.
in a similar place of I am not.
Yeah, I'm not saying I find him hot, Chad. I'm saying that like conventionally people do.
Interested in a dialogue about what is and isn't okay, because that is it's a nothing burger. There is no end to that conversation.
Yeah.
Instead, I'll just take the statement of weak, hacky bit. Doesn't have any substance to it. You dig into it a little bit. What does that mean? Are you saying the people that are
Gordon Ramsay him?
A special
Motherfucker is Gordon Ramsay. This tastes like it was cooked in a microwave.
needs? If so, what do you mean that this was a joke about domestic violence?
It's weird because like it's worse than not
type.
saying anything. Yeah. And so I'm having trouble so outside of the earnestness of this or the lack thereof, like what was your actual strategy? Because you get this off and who's laughing when you tell this joke?
It's so weak
because it's not your audience.
Nope.
And that's why it feels so strange.
I mean, the answer is other comics, other hacky
It's fucking wrong.
comics that you are in group chats with.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle is like, get him, buddy.
It is, I mean...
God, everybody messes up with the Wellington.
Truly, it is like, it's other...
I cooked a Wellington before when I was working in food service, and I didn't know it existed. It just seems like a weird... Isn't it like a filet mignon with like a bacon wrapped around it? Is that what that's a Wellington?
Guys that he met
like some kind of
at
sauce?
the open mics and that he can throw stuff around with, and it's guys with podcasts called Problem ?
Yeah.
And
you want to look hard for your boys.
You want to look famous. Maybe his
you
want to
stand on business, dude. You don't want to look like some little weenie who's folding to public pressure.
Yeah, dude.
I think that
you don't want to look like Jamie Kilstein. You want to look like Jamie Kilstein.
That narrative is so bad because
you don't want to look like Jamie Kilstein 2011. You want to look like Jamie Kilstein 2018.
If everyone has a problem with something, maybe you weren't transcendent. Maybe you were leveraging one of the oldest tricks in the book that has been retired for a reason.
The truth of the matter is you just don't want to look like Jamie Kilstein.
You know?
It's just clearly weak. And it's weak in a way that the clips we watched.
And Jamie, if you're seeing this video, this is the douchebag buffer, and if you don't like it, I guess that says that you're a douchebag.
Weren't. They were like
my douchebag
a little
buffer,
confrontational,
Jamie.
a little different, a little exploratory.
So
even the
buffer
clip that I've seen, I'm probably gonna watch the full hour because I'm just curious, or at least skip through it.
Well, yeah,
But
I actually do want to after this watch the audio of the rest of that. I don't know what his actual material is because the viral clips are of him doing crowd work.
Yeah,
and that does not a Netflix special make. So maybe this is just the best that he can come up with. I don't know. I do want to look at where this joke goes. Does he sit in it? Does he move on?
Or is it so that was a little awkward?
And
Does he
people
sit
laughing
in
in the
it?
crowd is not an indicator of anything.
It's making me think like he just ripped a huge fart. Is he gonna sit in it now?
I think because
Or is he gonna walk away?
if you're filming a Netflix show, or it's like much like me in the studio audience of a late night show that maybe wasn't for me and wasn't like super haha funny, I know I'm on camera, so I'm laughing anyway. So
and also
and-
it's edited.
Yeah,
and they do insert laughs. That is a known thing. Because that needs to be consistency. Why wouldn't you? It's a little like a magic show. Where
Wait, we're
people are
talking
like,
about
well, they
like
wouldn't
the
fake it. Like,
we the TikToks of the crowd work is like there's some of those laughs are not organic.
of course they'd fake it. That's the point. They
I fake it sometimes. Yeah,
ends justify the means.
we all fake it, chat.
If a joke that's integral, especially to like the narrative of the special, they'll put fake laughs in. They don't care.
in instances like this, it could make people
Are
think,
we talking about in specials? Or are we talking about like in crowd work TikToks?
oh, why would someone
'Cause
laugh
we're watching like TikToks, right?
at that? And there's a very simple answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is
There's one more
it's a magic trick.
All right, yeah, let's see where this goes.
moment. I guess.
So we just watched like what follows that joke, and he basically, it's like self-awareness, but maybe not enough self-awareness, where he's like, oh, you know, I just wanted to see if you guys were going to be fun or not, which is very comic. I mean, it's you know,
that's the follow-up to those lines, because each time it isn't any work. That's just like, oh, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit crazy.
yeah. So yeah. Then he says, if we start the show with domestic violence, the rest is going to be, and then he trails off. He doesn't finish his thought.
I am like blown. I like Matt Rife. He's done good work. Like the clips I see, it is a bummer.
So the answer, was Matt Rife ever funny? According to him, it is like, yeah,
to me,
he's been funny.
That his
Show us that though.
transition from that was into crystals.
The transition being, she should have had her protection crystals.
Not a reference to anything before.
No, just the thing he just needed to get to the next bullet point.
Dude, I mean, is the one after this like, if you notice that venti is the word for a...
Wait, I think I remember, like, because I was supposed to be the one that like cooked it, and then like somebody else plated it. Maybe there was like bread that it got plated with. I don't remember.
Large coffee? It should... Why don't they just call it large?
It is like a very like
It's like a late 2000s. The fuck?
Yeah.
We're talking about tarot cards.
In the line, fellas, we've got to put
Wait.
our foot down.
Is that what they're saying, that he does comedy like about like that kind of TikTok material, like crystals and stuff? Is that what we're getting?
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy.
I've like seen this on Comedy Central.
Compared to what you'll be getting in 7 minutes at the top of the hour with the ad break, the one that you can avoid if you use an Amazon Prime sub to get out of it, to give yourself a sub to get yourself out of that ad break, or you can do it for $5, or you can do it for $6 on a mobile device. If you're on one and you don't want to go to your laptop, you can pay an extra $1 if you want. That's interesting, right? That's some nuance. Or you could maybe even get given one, right? It's a possibility. It can happen. It does happen. It will happen, especially if people want to populate the new leaderboard, which at the moment is completely bare, kind of making me sad. But this is your chance to either be that hero that rescues somebody from the top of the ad break by giving a gift sub, or the saved by receiving one of those. That's going to happen though, as far as getting the gift sub, if you're in that position where you need that gift, where you want to not see those ads, right? It's going to be more likely to happen if you're active in chat.
in 2003.
So
You know?
he makes fun. Oh, he makes fun of the crystal mommies. I mean, there's plenty. Yeah,
It's a period piece.
Yeah.
Like if he came out with like an Edwardian ruff and a cape.
So is that where that like person, the MILF came from? Maybe was like one of the, like a crystal mommy watching TikTok and being like, oh my god, this is making fun of me, but this guy's so hot too.
Yeah, that's
horse.
wild. Well, it certainly makes sense why people are upset.
I know I'm getting stuck on it, but it's more.
Yeah, we're like, what, 5 minutes off from that ad break. I just thought I'd tell you early this time because I always forget. I always forget to tell you.
It really is an issue of, and this, okay, I'm pathologizing guy. I do not know. I haven't been to a full show. We've barely watched this one, whatever.
But I try to always remember to thank somebody for giving gift memberships in the YouTube chat. That's kind of amazing. Janelle M, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. You got memberships for Sempress Phi, David Schnell, John, the one and only John, Gray Yeon Wannabe, good to see you back here, and DMB. Don't know what that stands for, but it's probably cool because you're an NCC chatter, and people in my chat tend to have really awesome names. Wait, did I read them all off? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. But yeah, thank you, Janelle. You get a sub, and you get a sub, and you get a sub. And YouTube is kicking ass. YouTube is off to a very dominant month. Don't worry, Twitch. I won't leave you, okay? I won't leave you, even though YouTube is dominating right now. They're probably also dominating on the likes button. What's up, Morbius? Especially since they have a like button, unlike you, who doesn't have a like button, and you know. But don't worry, I will stay on Twitch, okay? Even if I end up changing my name on Twitch out of shame, right? I will stay on Twitch.
I can't help but feel, because he's been doing the podcast rounds as well, with a lot of traditional comics, a lot of like Segura.
Chat, even if I end up like changing my name
Void coffee
on Twitch.
And the like. Nothing against Segura. There is, in all mediums, ours included, if I see one of the Green brothers, I aspire. I go like, ooh, it's the Green brothers. We don't make the same kind of thing, but I am like, that's what I grew up on. This thing we just recorded yesterday.
Yeah.
It's nothing like what we make, but it, to me, I'm like, oh, now this is real. I'm actually in stuff.
Yeah.
His presence on TikTok has more impact than literally any Burt Kreischer special that's ever been.
Right.
But it doesn't.
What are they talking about? Burt Kreischer? Who is this? The special that they're talking about?
Count to him because
see, they're comedians, right? So they know about like actual comedy.
He didn't grow up watching those TikToks. He grew up watching specials, and I do think there is like a, do you guys like me? Look, I'm doing jokes like you guys, right? Like, I'm like old school.
So what he's saying is this is more born out of the desire to be one of the boys in comedy, because generally it is very much a boys club. That's not universal. Obviously, there's female comics that succeed, and you know, like we want to see more, but it's difficult. It's really it's really hard.
Comedy, like if you grew up appreciating that kind of stuff, then those jokes are like,
okay. How
you
era?
and me, we're the same. I do jokes like you guys.
To me, it does feel like what you're saying, where like he doesn't want approval from the Gen Z audience that like catapulted him to this Netflix special.
It's a boys club, but a very tough and unforgiving business. Yeah, no, it's definitely not an easy field to go into.
He wants to be a real comic because, you know,
what is Burt K's comedy like? I don't know that much about comedy. I feel like I'd be good at it though.
Bring up Bo Burnham because he wasn't online. He was YouTube first, right? And then you like saw this weird thing. He was the youngest person ever to have a Comedy Central special, and all this stuff where he like was suddenly catapulted to these spaces with these very big comedians. And initially, you know, they didn't respect him, this guy from the internet. overall, like over time, they did respect him, even though he didn't do the thing that all the comics mythologize, where it's like they didn't tour for takes 10 years to find your voice. And
yeah, dude, everybody struggles straight up. You gotta. There is a struggle for the art narrative too.
It sounded like a Joe Rogan impression.
I've listened to stand-up podcasts for my whole life, and every fucking stand-up is like, it takes 10 years to find your voice, and you've got to tour, and you've got to work.
Oh wait, is there a special right now on God, the ad break's about to hit any second now, so I probably don't have time to tell you, but there may be a special that I should have told you about already. It is now December 3rd, right? Meaning it's December. I think they're doing another September in September. I don't know why, but what that would mean if it's true, and somebody check this for me, I think it means that the prices for the subs are reduced through this month only, but it also means that if you buy if you buy like months of subs at a time, you'll get it all for that price too. So it is a way to save and avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you any second now. I'm surprised it isn't here already, but any second you will stop seeing me and you will start seeing whatever ad Twitch serves you.
Different rooms and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like and
that's why I have so much respect for Janine Garofalo. She was 19 doing stand up in LA. God,
that
you can explain Bert in the Discord later. Dude's a big liar.
he obviously doesn't have that.
Nice.
He's got his Netflix special, and he didn't have that background. To my knowledge, I don't actually know. He's probably too young to.
Yeah, I guess it's a limited amount of time.
Yeah,
like Woodell started. Like Brandon Woodell started very young.
Yeah,
but literally was not alive long enough for it to be a huge grind. It was, popped off when he was like 20, started at 16, I think I heard him say one time.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time. It's a lot of time honing a craft. But
yeah,
I mean, it doesn't have to be 10 years of sucking.
Yeah.
The reason it had to be 10 years of sucking at one point is that you had to be exceptional to get versus everyone else to get any attention, because no mediums existed other than touring.
Yeah.
And I guess Comedy Central specials.
All right. Well, that's something.
It's interesting. I mean,
it certainly is. It certainly is. And thank you for helping us to understand what exactly that something is. Sad boys. We should do the ethical react, shouldn't we? Ethical react, chat. Go give the sad boys a follow if you so choose. If this is to your liking, if you would like to see more of this, you can do so right over here on this link. So shouts out. Shouts out. How is everybody doing? I've had a special request, okay, by somebody in the Discord, and look, I don't get to every suggestion. I feel bad that I don't get to every suggestion that, oh, there's the ad break right there, right? As soon as I stop talking about it, it appears, right? I don't get to everybody's suggestion. It kind of makes me feel bad that I can't cover more of, what people are suggesting in the Discord. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But one thing that I want to make sure to hit, right, is this new trailer for the Fallout movie. Anybody aware of this? It's a niche video game that you probably haven't heard of called Fallout, right? That's getting made into a movie. Who knew? Who knew? And here it is.
I know that I've
this game that I should have played already.
Lived a relatively comfortable life.
I'm supposed to play Fallout New Vegas. This is Bethesda. I don't know if the movie is Bethesda, but okay, so that's a vault. No, I don't have to tell you, do you? Do you all know Fallout? I'm teasing you. I haven't played New Vegas. I know I'm supposed to have played it. It's like a requirement. I need to play it. April 12th. Okay, so there we go. The bad guy looks like a copy of from Westworld. Super mutants, irradiated oh, that's what they're called. They're not called nuclear zombies. Irene, they're not called nuclear zombies. They're called irradiated mutants, of course. Of course. Okay, so now I noticed that this is on This is on Amazon. And as you may or may not know, Twitch offers something called a watch party. Now, the reason that I don't use it, and people usually don't use it, is that it literally has to be not only a movie on Amazon Prime, which this is, but it has to be part of a specific, there's like a list, right? You can't, it's not like everything that you can watch, but supposedly you can, now there is a caveat here, and the caveat is you have to have Prime, like to be able to join that, to be able to watch with that watch party. So there's another drawback to it too, which is why I'm not sure if we'll, I'm not sure if we'll be able to do it. But theoretically, I guess we could watch this on stream.
So here's the clip that's got everybody buzzing. Here it is.
Okay, so you asked what's going on with the leftovers, and for a long time they've been a holding pattern. I assumed that they would maybe start it back up, like when the conflict in Gaza is less of a less in the news.
People are saying rip
But I think we might have a real answer here. This is from See You Next Tuesday.
leftovers.
The members only show.
Yeah, probably. Just to be honest.
We could just call it leftovers.
Oh, that's so good. Wouldn't that be f***ed up if I was like, leftovers is coming back?
That is. Don't do that.
We were talking about the idea of making a cooking show. It is probably over. Just to, I guess, put it out there.
Okay, so for the record, Ethan says it is probably over. And the thing is that, like, with this guy, I never know if it's over.
People want to know. And again, I said this on the members, but I want to emphasize that me and Hasan are still friends, and this has nothing to do with Hasan, anything he's done, okay? It's just that I'm deciding for myself to not do that show anymore. I mean, you know what I mean? I know there's a lot of people upset that like the show, and I'm glad, frankly. I'm sorry that it's probably ending, but I do.
Okay, prediction, it's not ending. You hear how he says probably? This guy, he just wants to drag the drama. Let me tell you what this is, okay? The thing that they've been doing on Leftovers is will he, won't he? Or will they, won't they, right? They've like kind of hold up the specter of the show ending over ideological differences. And they're keeping people engaged by virtue of that, right? They're gonna do this, like, right? It's over. It's probably not coming back, right? And if you've watched the analysis of some lesser commentary channels, which, hey, I'm not judging you for watching it, right? Although, honestly, Chud Logic, please, come on, don't tell me you're watching Chud Logic videos when you could be watching NCC videos, right? Oh my God. But anyway, so this is, I don't think it's over. And I'm not saying this out of copium, and I don't really care. Is that bad that I don't care? I don't care. I don't care if Leftovers goes on or if it doesn't. It doesn't matter to me. I could care less. But I think it will. Because Ethan is never the one to end a contentious relationship. If you know anything about Leftovers, you know this. And you know that he's getting drama out of this. You know that he's getting attention out of this. You know that he's like his show is doing numbers, right? And there is like I guess it provokes fights and maybe resulted in, I don't know, chat, do you think that he lost like members? So if you've ever watched H3 Live, you'll notice that everyone talking in the chat is a member. In fact, you have to be a member to be able to talk in chat. And this is This is a channel that has a lot of memberships, that has a lot of engagement, that, people, feel like very much of a community from. And so in other words, like at least part of what powers like Ethan's media machine, the H3 media empire, right, is the is things like that. And I'm wondering, like, is it costing him, right? Is featuring his viewpoint on this issue, like, actually maybe financially harmful to him? Because if it is, yeah, I could see like just not wanting to at least do the leftover show anymore. I can't really see him never talking to Hasan again, though. That I don't think will happen, but I could
I'm
be
grateful
wrong.
that everyone that watched and enjoyed it. It's nice.
I mean, like, I guess what would, if he's pissed at Hasan, or if he is just like, completely, I mean, I guess it's possible that,
see that people care about it and are, but at the end of the day, I feel that, I need to
Anti-Corporatist has a great idea. Mehdi Hasan, Hasanabi, and Hasan Minaj should start a show called Hasan 3.
look after myself at a certain point.
Or is he pissed at Vosh? Wait, is who pissed at Vosh? Did I miss that in chat? Something about the production costs being more than the profits? Really? Because I feel like it gets good ratings, at least on Ethan's end. But yeah, is the production more? If you're a big enough channel, you have to lock it to members. I mean, yeah, that's part of it too. But in other words, I feel like the memberships are a big part of his income, and if those go down, then maybe if it's actually cutting into his revenue. I don't think I want it to come back, but I think you're right, Irene, since he's ensuring that yeah, he's not saying might for no reason. If you like, and he's a drama content brain capitalist, 100%. Maybe they decided that the Israel-Palestine issue is too contentious, but they're gonna disagree on capitalism or something later on. I don't know. I feel like there's at least as many people, upset about his takes on capitalism as there are Israel-Palestine. I saw something about the production costs being more than the profits. They have that 20 million billion dollar bunker. That's true. That thing does look expensive. They're paying for all the crew. Do they have to have more crew than they do for, like, Off the Rails? There's been crazy censoring on the subreddit for anyone who brings up Hasan. Damn. I mean, that is definitely a
point, and spend my time doing something that not spend my time doing something that is going to, be a net negative for me. It's just it's my life.
So net negative, that does, I mean, that could be talking about the income, the revenue versus the expenditures.
To a certain point.
It sounds like it, but
it stopped becoming a show to an extent, or at least just, the very end of it. And, it's my life. So I have to protect the sanctity of that.
It stopped becoming a show.
And that's why I'm probably going to not do it anymore. Yeah, it sucks that
What does he mean by that?
we're gonna miss the 2024 election. Maybe we'll come back for it. I don't know. I don't want to set any expectations anywhere. You know what I mean? I want to keep it just open for myself. But
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is collabing with Hasan in the future off the table? Because I really want to hang out with Kaya again sometime.
Oh my god, me too.
No, of course it's not off the table. And that's a good question. Thank you. No, it's not off the table at all. You know what I mean? It's still the same as it was. It's just
Gotcha, the
shows is on.
I have a question.
How do they say it in Hollywood? They say it's on a
Hiatus?
indefinite hiatus.
Yeah,
that's correct.
What
For some reason, the first time I ever heard about a hiatus, I thought the person was saying hyenas. And I was trying to imagine like what they were talking, like what was like the like anatomical feature that they were describing. I don't know.
Do we have to take down his portrait in the hallway?
Do you want to?
No, I'm kidding. I love Hasan.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can leave it up, but if it's
I'm totally
if you want to remove it, AB, if it makes you uncomfortable or something, let's get rid of it. But I like it. I like it. Let's see here. Johnny says, "I totally respect that you need to protect yourself, but know that there are those of us who love you and Hasan and will miss leftovers greatly." That's nice. I mean, that is nice to hear. I didn't even realize that there was such a little kind of following, because I mean it's the least popular show on the channel, not by a lot. I mean the views were really good for a political show, I think.
Is that right? Did they get more views? What is their average? I feel like they're in the hundreds of thousands, like. But is it like that they're used to getting like 300, 400,000, and with Hasan they get like 250,000? Is that what's up?
Compared to other stuff, I think it was really
consistently got like 500K to 700K.
Yeah.
Wait, 500K to 7? Are they talking about concurrence, or are they talking about views? They must be talking about views.
Yeah, or even more than that. I think at the end it was getting like I think 700 about, which is great. I mean,
Do you mean views?
Great, but I didn't realize so many people cared so much about it. To be honest, that surprised me. But I'm grateful. You know.
Yeah, so he's basically saying it's the least viewed of the shows, but that it was doing well, I guess, in its mode of being more contentious. When it was the fight between Ethan and Hasan over capitalism or over Israel Palestine, it was doing numbers.
When we first decided to do a political show, I was really not into the idea, but honestly,
But I mean, you got to think that like on, you know, if it's, I don't know, there's like a certain number of like hate watchers. Oh, I didn't know that Soul Life about Ico rules. Yeah, I used to be friends with Ico a long time ago.
I'm really gonna miss it. I
Me
really
too.
grew to love that show. But I completely understand.
Yeah, God, sucks.
Let's
Let's do some chestnuts for her. Someone says do an election season special of leftovers. I mean, I like that idea. I'm not committing to it, just to be clear, because I want expectations right. You could go ahead with it, Zach. Keep it running. But
What kind of music should I have, chat? Like it's a difficult question though, for real, because if I put music on, like on Twitch, I can have it where it's on the VOD and it's on the live stream, but it's not on the final like product. Like I can separate the music from, and that makes it easier to edit, because that's the whole problem with having music. Is when you have music, that means that any edit that you do, anything that you cut out, you're also going to cut out the music. And yeah, it ends up burned in. I really wish that YouTube would set up multiple tracks. If YouTube would set up multiple tracks, we could totally have music. But I get you on, you know, I like music. I want to hear music. You need cheesy 70s game show music that might even be copyright free if we're lucky.
I do like that idea. It
Oh my
does sound
God.
fun.
You got it in my head now.
Carly says, proud of you for making a
Thanks.
difficult choice for your mental health. Thank you, Carly. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Eskimos. Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. When we were doing the photo shoot earlier, they were playing Christmas music.
Game show music?
And they were playing the real version.
What
of
is
this, and
game
that,
show music like? Can somebody describe? Give me like, you mean like Price is Right? Like, that's pretty good music. Like that's a kind of a jam.
that song is just ruined.
That's
even if it's not a
dude. The original version sucks. Fucking living for a Nook. I did it all for the Nookie.
Yeah, I can see it.
Love him.
Wow.
Dating game or Price is Right? Do I even know that?
What a talent.
Some people are asking, is a new Thursday
I don't think I know those shows. I mean, like Price is Right. Wait, that's the one.
show? I'm
Oh wait, that's the one.
currently unsure. It's something that I'll be, floating around in my head until something coalesces, probably. But for now, I don't have any
nipping at your
immediate plans. But I'm,
toes.
my head is always kind of thinking. So we'll see.
You and Jay Shetty.
I kind of like. Okay, I don't like. How do I explain my relationship with Christian music? Did I tell you I'm also a Christian music artist? I'm not a Christian, but I do music for Christians and Christian. I'm the only non-Christian Christian musician in the Christian top 10. That's how good I am, chat. They just eat it up. They don't like bother to look and find out that I'm not actually Christian, and I just make money off of the Christian music. People, no, I'm saying Christmas music, chat, not Christian music. Ha 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 ha. Joke over. I'm talking about Christmas music. I have a weird relationship to it because, like, I mean, it's not good music. Let's be real. But it is weird that something makes it Christmas music. Like, you couldn't just take a song like Virtual Insanity by Jamiroquai and say, this is now Christmas music. We're going to go caroling and we're going to sing Virtual Insanity is where, like, you can't incorporate Virtual Insanity to Christmas music. You can't incorporate like a Dua Lipa song, like, is never going to be Christmas music. But you can, but there's something about Christmas music that's like the same. Like, even though it's like different music, written by different people at different times, it's like there's something that makes it. And I don't know what it is, chat. What makes it Christmas music? There's something different about it. It's not the same. Like, whether it's like the Nutcracker Suite, or whether it's like something like, what's that one, Rockin' Around, a more modern one, like Marking Around the Christmas Tree. It's like there's some common thread there. It's more than just the fact that they mention Christmas. But like, I don't like it, but like, it gets in my head. Is it a church sound? I mean, there is church Christmas music too, right? Like, the We Three Kings, I think of that as church music somehow. Is it? Yeah. That's church music, right? Is it? Am I wrong? Church music is like 4 parts. Right? It's like in a hymn book. That's church music, right? What Christmas songs? I know there are. Or like, I feel like I remember going to church and on Christmas they would do some songs that were like, because they would do songs. That was what they did at church. That's what I remember about church, is they were like, please turn your hymnal to page 333, and you just sing whatever's on 333. Never mind that like nobody out there knows how to sight read. We're just going to count on the fact that somebody knows how the song goes. Somebody can figure out based on the accompaniment what key it's in, and that everybody else will listen to them and kind of copy. That's what we're assuming, but that's a big assumption, and it doesn't always work out like that. Sometimes You go Chester Bennington? What? It uses all of the same instruments. And what about that, like, deck the halls with what's that one thing? It's like a horse sound. It's like kind of like a horse clopping its, they like do that snappy thing. It's in some Christmas music. Jimmy Dore Christmas songs would be like, all I want for Christmas is you, points to a liter of Jack Daniels. Damn, Jimmy Dore. Oh, Wham's last Christmas. Oh, there's a Wham song? Yeah, that's like the band that sings, it's like the George Michael band, right? Sleigh ride. Oh yeah, it's always got to be about a sleigh ride. And did people actually go on that many sleigh rides? Is that real? It feels like it's not real. I'm just like, really, were people like, it's Christmas, what should we do? Oh, I know, we should go on a sleigh ride. Like, that just seems like unnecessarily dangerous. Like, what are you gonna do? Where are you gonna go? Like, what if the horse goes, off and like decides to drag you through a river? The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh through the white and drifted snow, but does it really want to go to grandma's house? Or is there like a mare that it knows in a village, like, 2 villages over, that it would rather go and pay a visit with that mare, if you know what I mean, right? How do you get the horse to go the right way even? I know it knows the way to carry the sleigh, but is it gonna be on board? Like, what? That seems so like dicey. Like, to really like trust a horse to be like, oh my God, yes, the horse is gonna go to the right place. Like, what? I don't know. I don't go to the right place when I'm driving. If you're like, I want to go to McDonald's, and I'm like, I really don't want to go through the drive-through. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna have you eat McDonald's in my car. It's gross. I don't like. George Michael was a comrade. R.I.P. King. Wham's. Yeah, this is a sleigh ride. That's the real. Yeah, we need the sleigh ride.
Me and Jay. Oh. Enlightened Monks. What would be a good name for me and Jay Shetty podcast?
Frenemies.
What? Can he do this? Will he do this? Is he really switching dudes? Is he gonna switch dudes?
Friendovers.
Frenemies would be kind of dope. Friendovers. Can you keep
Except you're
the
not
nook
really
going?
frenemy. It's
Zach?
a very one-sided frenemies relationship between the two of you.
The beautiful and the brown.
That wasn't ACS joke?
And
That has kind of like a negative implication.
The eyes.
I know you were talking about the eyes.
But you could, Cam, you could do a really cool one of like his beautiful eyes and then my brown eyes underneath. The beautiful and the brown.
Right.
Not
brown
like
eyes.
Yeah,
brown eyes.
The beautiful and the brown eyes.
Threw me off for that.
Dan is team Hasan. I mean, generally Dan agrees with Hasan.
All right.
I got what you meant.
No, yeah.
So maybe
He
one
does it
that's
the most
less
I'm not sure about the rest of the crew.
ambiguous about the honesty.
But I mean, there is like an association with age, so they're more likely sleigh ride was an ACS joke.
You and Jay Shetty. I mean, what's
Jay Shetty?
like? There's frenemies is like a a term for kind of like an ambiguous relationship, like situationship.
I feel like everybody like wants to be the new dude. Don't you think so? Like, there's a lot of like YouTube personalities out there that would absolutely love this opportunity. That's Dan. Yeah, it's time for him to join the Majority Report. It might happen. Dan has been staggeringly quiet on this. Yeah, it's got to be tough to be Dan and work. I mean, given who are these dudes? It's my first time on this channel, so I'm completely lost. This is H3. This is Ethan Klein, and he's an old YouTuber. He's been on YouTube for a long time. He basically makes kind of a podcast, a show. He has on guests. He talks about, he does some reaction content, and in a way it is It's like a stream with more production. Let's just put it that way. Everybody knows. But they're significant because Ethan does a show normally with Hasan Piker, called The Leftovers, and they talk about food. No, they don't talk about food. They talk about politics. And it may have just ended. We've got some, you know, there's a rumor at least that it's about revenue. It does seem like it maybe doesn't get the ratings that the other shows do, which, you know, when they're doing like, you know, these kind of shows where he talks about anything and everything, he gets, you know, he's used to getting certain ratings. I guess the politics is not as much of a draw when it's weird though, because his show is pretty political, right? It's pretty. The other thing too is Hasan has got a huge audience, even yes on YouTube. Hasan has a huge audience, so you would think that the audience for The Leftovers would be a good portion of Ethan's audience along with a good portion of Hasan's audience, and yet I don't know. But there was also massive disagreement on the Israel-Palestine issue, as well as before that on the issue of capitalism, communism. So they've disagreed, they've butted heads lately, and Ethan is saying the show is no more, but also leaving the door open to both do content with Hasan outside of the context of Leftovers, and maybe do, you know, to reprise the show, he said, for instance, during the presidential election, which I would be surprised if it wasn't, you know, if they didn't pick it back up by then. So I don't even believe that he's necessarily like even thinking about ending the show altogether. But they're talking about is it Jay? I thought Jay Shatty. Can anybody tell me who Jay Shatty is? I was thinking they were saying Jay Schlatt, but
when it's like
another streamer,
people sort of pseudo dating or whatever. What's like the word for that when it's like one guy hates the other and the other one doesn't really even think about him?
I think that's just called an obsession. Stalking.
Obsessed with Jay Shetty.
You could call it like the odd couple or something like that.
The odd couple. All right. I'll mess.
This is a joke, right? I don't know who Jay Shatty is though, so I don't know what the punchline is.
Message him right now. I know he looked at the last one I
Elvis is
sent.
the
He
same?
didn't respond, but he looked at it.
You're really gonna ask him?
No.
He wants to co-host a
Jay
podcast.
Shetty.
No.
Oh, someone said the Jay Shetty Show featuring Ethan Klein.
Wait, Jay Shetty is just a meme?
Oh, that'd be perfect. Yeah.
The Shed Show. Somebody suggested the Shed Show.
How about the Shed? The Shed.
Ah.
Shed. That's where the quartering
Shed.
has all of his sexual tributes to Jay Shetty. The Shed.
What?
Shed.
Isn't the joke that he, like, he's in the basement, I guess? You need deep H3. I thought I mean, I know who Jimmy Lee is.
Anime show? What if me?
What if you and Vosh do an animation?
And beautiful blue.
AB got Botox?
Blue eyes. Did a podcast where we talked about anime.
I'm, cooking with the Kleins, karaoke with the Kleins, ketamine with the Kleins could be good.
Oh,
that'd be a lot for every week, but I don't hate it. Just enter the K-hole with us.
in the K-hole.
Now,
with Ethan Klein.
There was some conspiratorial takes that this was all applauded on by Dan, and I think it was Ian, who have been passionate about launching the Scooby-Doo Mountain Dew themed podcast. Is there any validity to that?
I didn't want to bring it up, but I mean, we have about
You're gonna combine Scooby-Doo and Mountain Dew?
400 episodes planned.
400.
It sounds really similar to a podcast idea that I had, and I'm not happy about that. I thought Hanna-Barbera. I thought we agreed, H3, that Hanna-Barbera would be my territory.
That really got legs, that concept.
Do.
There's a lot to cover.
They've been talking about this show since I started working here.
Okay, maybe that's a good. Maybe that would be nice. I'm sure I'm sure people will be tuning in for.
I don't know why you're such a hater, dude. You're such a hater of the Do the Do.
You guys want to
podcast.
do a pilot? You guys want to do a pilot? I'm willing to give it a shot.
Really?
I mean, I'm not going to sign
Really?
you
Because
up.
you've shot this idea down countless times in the past.
Listen.
Like on a weekly basis, we pitch this.
Listen, in my opinion, it's not a good idea for a show. That being said, I'm willing to say I might be wrong, and that I appreciate your guys' passion in bringing this idea
Passion
forward.
for
And I
the
want
do.
to enable you guys.
Ethan, they just want to do the do.
And so I'm happy to do a pilot episode and feel it out from there. And if people like it, then yeah, we can do the 300 episode order.
I'm gonna need at least a 12 episode order for it to make sense up
6.
front. 10.
The original Seinfeld season had 6.
There's just too much to cover in 6. I need 10.
All right, 10.
Can I pitch you a podcast idea?
Is it Wine with the Klein?
No.
Karaoke with the Klein?
No.
All right.
No. It's called Gossip. All right, and we just rate Gosling movies.
Oh, that's a
Mm.
fun twist.
Yeah,
interesting.
Every week we just do a different pilot. Every Thursday.
Chapo's already done that. Episode 1. Chapo's already been there. Sorry.
Won't get exhausting. Making a new
Next idea.
show every week.
Trying out one of our ideas.
Could
each
be
week.
funny though. I mean, I do
Yeah.
like the idea of making maybe like a mini series.
I like that
I don't
too.
think it's like a permanent idea, but I think it's a fun idea. Maybe.
I mean, the Goss Show. I think that has some legs.
I mean, how many movies does he have?
Let's see.
I'm not trying to disparage the Goss here. God no. Goss no.
How many
but-
movies does Ryan?
I think the roster might be stacked on Gosling.
At least they say it's not an exact number, but they say,
we don't know.
They say at least
Gossiping on Gosling? Okay.
he's 71. So
71.
yeah, he's a busy.
Wow.
Over a year of.
Oh, that's so much juice.
That's a prolific.
A
actor.
weekly Ryan Gosling film review series.
I mean, if you go all the way back to The Notebook, that was 2004. That was 20 years ago.
And that's at least
Almost.
a 3-part series too for the Notebook.
Yeah, the Notebook needs more than
Very protective of Sam Cedar's intellectual property. Yeah, we'll watch to make sure that Sam's background doesn't end up as the H3 background.
a single podcast. There's way too much
You
to
stretch
cover.
these out.
So at the very least, we have 70 episodes, which is over a year.
Minimum.
I can give you a 100-page dissertation on Drive.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Right. That would probably be like, I want to say like a year-long project. The Drive.
Is this embarrassing to
miniseries.
admit? I don't know if it is or isn't. I've never seen The Notebook. I don't know if that's like
No,
a,
that's fine. You're not missing
I
out.
don't know if it's like essential watching or anything.
Just watch the
It's
podcast.
pretty great.
I mean, it's good. It's a good.
When people
movie.
say this, it's a chick flick.
I mean,
As
it's
far
a
as it being like
romantic
a
movie.
romance, sure.
Because
but-
I like romance movies.
yeah, if you like romance movies, it's a pretty good one.
I like rom-coms.
Do you like to be moved to tears?
I will. I allow myself to be moved.
You should indulge in The Notebook one day when you're feeling vulnerable and like you're ready to cry. Because every time I forget how sad it is. Every time.
Is there no happy ending to it? It's just pure sadness.
It's beautiful. I'm not telling you
It's
anything.
like life, Ethan.
Where are my shoes?
I didn't want to say it, but you left your shoes over here.
Okay, all right. There they are.
Oh, God.
Ryan Gosling is 43, by the way. What an old fucking
He
idiot
looks
loser.
the same as he did in The Notebook, dude. It's weird.
I thought he was like 30s, to be honest. 38, maybe. I guess 38. But no, he's old as shit. Cringe.
Shit, dude.
Cringe. All right, let's see what else we got in the document here. Phidias gets beat up by a monk. Oh, well, hold on. There was one more thing I wanted to say about the See You Next, or the Leftovers thing. Keemstar got in on it.
Keemstar.
He had some expert commentary on it.
He just wants that position.
Does he hate Hasan more than me? What's going on here? Or maybe Hasan hating is more right now. It's kind of a hot thing.
Yeah,
it's like
more in vogue.
Yeah, I don't think if he tweets about me, people will be like, dude, get over it, bro. He said it all.
Right.
Right.
So this is his new. Yeah. So here he says Hasan Piker over the last 30 days was kicked off his podcast. Is he talking about ours?
Yeah.
That's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
Bro, you got to leave.
It's Keemstar.
Bro, you got to leave. I'm replacing you. Got exposed for spreading fake news and getting mainstream news stories completely wrong.
Keemstar saying that.
He's
surely there
yeah.
must be something to that.
Yeah. Lost a debate he begged for against drama YouTuber. Okay.
I don't even know what that's in
Me neither. Defended Pokey. Oh, that's the worst crime.
Oh, there you go. That's the slam dunk at the end.
I think he wrote this about me, and then he's like, let's change it to Son. I don't think people are into the Ethan hate right now. Okay, well, there you go, Keemstar. You got your tweet out of it. Congratulations. The moment Hasan saw Keem chatting during his stream was one of the funniest things I've seen live. Wait, what? I got to see that. Hasan was chatting in his live? That's nuts. I got to know. I need the lore on that one. Was kicked off his podcast. What do you think? That I'm going to hire you or something, Keem? You've been replaced with Keemstar.
Everybody thinks that. I mean, it might happen.
Somebody said this
Who
is the
knows?
exact
I mean,
tweet
who
Keem wrote
knows?
about
Like,
Ethan
right?
after Frenemies broke up. That's my point.
Given-
He could have subbed me in easily for that.
Chat, there's one thing that I've never done, right?
So there it is. Shout out to
This
the
is
Keemy
our
Keemy.
chance.
The Creamy Keemy Dreamy Award.
We're going to raid into Alf. we are gonna raid into Alf. It is almost 6 hours. I turned into a pumpkin after 6 hours, unfortunately. No, what really happens is that I can't modify the VOD if it goes over 6 hours, so I always try to stay under that. Sometimes I fail. Sometimes I fail. But this time I caught it in time, and let's see. I'm trying to think. I might stream tomorrow. There's a lot of content. I do need to get my videos done, so maybe I'll try to work on that tonight if I actually am not too tired. But yeah, there should be videos coming out. Okay, there should be videos coming out very shortly. But thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for supporting me as much as you do. I appreciate it. I appreciate especially if you could hit the like button on your way out, because that means the world to me, and it actually means something very real in the algorithm. So your likes, help me. We should set like goals, right? We should do that. That's a thing. You're on your way to bed. Okay, so good timing. Thank you for being here, and much appreciation. Now, if you're on the Twitch side, go over and enjoy some Alf. Boom. I sent Twitch away. Twitch is gone now. Hi, YouTube. How are you doing? Although there's always VODies. I'm still talking to the VODies. I'm talking to the VODies on YouTube. I'm talking to the, I guess your all VODi is on Twitch. So, yeah, I'm going to try to stream tomorrow if I can. I don't know if that's like too many times in a row. Don't like super count on it, but I want to give you 4 streams every week. Even if it's not smart for me to do that. I also have to give you videos though, so I'm working on those. And I shouldn't have bought memberships. Oh, meow. I'll always, like, take care of yourself first. All right, that's I don't want anybody, supporting me with money that you need for you and your loved ones, because that's got to take first priority. So but thank you everybody for spending a lovely Sunday afternoon with me, and I look forward to seeing you either most likely tomorrow. Like I'll try to swing it. I feel like I should be able to swing it, and then again on Wednesday. But yeah, I just wanted to give you some good content today, and happy holidays. And yes, I did say that just to trigger conservatives. So much love, and see you next time. Sam Cedar, higher in